Today we're going to be finishing the Voron Trident build. So last episode, well, let's start from the beginning. On the first episode, I built most of the and got most of these pieces assembled and attached to the thing. I did a majority of the wiring. On the second episode, which was yesterday, I got the tool head assembled and tensioned the belts and finalized all the wiring and got it turned on. And we've got mainsail OS flashed onto this thing. And in this episode, we're going to hopefully get this thing printing. So I'm set up in the conference room because I don't think I'm going to need all my tools. I think what I'm going to need is just computer stuff. And I need to be able to figure out how to log into this. And yeah, so maybe the chat can help me out a little bit here. I'll look up some instructions and see if I can figure it out. But right now, I just have to log into mainsail OS login. I'm sure that's some kind of default profile that's just set up. And sorry for the screen there being upside down. Maybe this will help. There we go. Maybe that's a little bit easier to read. Hold on, let me get this set up so that you can read here. There. That's what you want. So yeah, I need to log in. I have my keyboard today, so I can type in some commands. I can type in the default login name. And let me just get logged in to this live stream on my computer so I can watch the chat and see what we're doing. Okay, so 3D print medic Vince, yes, second leg of the marathon. That is right. So right now it just says mainsail OS login, and I'm pretty sure that's kind of a default configuration. Also, we can go check in with the printer that we're running in the other room if we feel like it. And I have snacks today. I came prepared. I'm just gonna eat the donut to get started. But also, if we finish everything, our reward is to see what's inside the Kinder Egg. I don't know what's in here. So stay tuned if you want to find out what's inside the Kinder Egg. All right, so time to see how to log in. Okay. Anyone have any idea what the username and password is? Pi and raspberry? Okay, I'll try that. Okay. That looks like it did something. So now we need to let's see. Now we need to do everything else. And this isn't connected to the internet. I'm hoping that everything is more or less loaded onto this thing, because apparently, I installed an image that includes mainsail OS and all the Klipper stuff. So I'm really hoping it'll work out. Also, this terminal isn't very useful, and the screen's upside down as well. So the screen's upside down, and the terminal isn't displaying anything useful for me right now. So these are all problems we need to figure out. So I got mainsail onto the Pi by installing a pre-configured image from using the Raspberry Pi imager. I can just show you this. So using Raspberry Pi imager, you can choose mainsail OS from the options. So it just has some 3D printing operating systems built into the Raspberry Pi imaging app. So that's what I did there. And now we just have to figure out, you know, what's going on and whether or not I need to get it installed, connected to the internet here, because I don't really have the ability to connect to the internet right now. All right, Mustafa is gonna walk me through it. CD, Klipper. Now what? If there's like a wiki article that I can just follow along, I can do that too. Then make menu config. Okay. Kaiua. I wonder if this has Kaiua pre-installed. And I wonder if I need the internet for Kaiua. I do have a USB drive, so I think I can get files onto that off of my laptop that has internet. Oh crap. Is Kaiua on here? No. So they have Moonraker, Clippy, mainsail config, crow's nest, printer underscore data. I think the screen's upside down as well. But how can I fix that? There's not a whole lot I can do about that. Wait, I think I know how we can fix it. There we go. You happy now? We've positroned the Voron. Okay, so the screen's right side up now. Maybe like this angle. That's better. Okay. Kaiua. Okay. It's in the LDO docs. Got it. I don't have the internet. I don't know if there's a way for me to get the internet going on this. Like, is there a way to log into Wi-Fi? I don't have a typical user interface or anything. Like, can I switch this to a regular user interface? Because I do have a mouse that I could use. Or is this screen stuck in just being a terminal? You'll need to access Klipper over the IP on a computer. Yeah, I can do that. Using SSH. Let me just get my router plugged in. Okay. Okay, I'm plugged in to Wi-Fi. I need to get all my streamer gear up. So I think I can use an iPad to monitor the stream. Okay. Let me get the stream going on my iPad here. Da, da, da. Wi-Fi, okay. I don't know how to use a freaking iPad. That's a problem. Like on the iPad, my number pad is locked out. Okay. Well, I can't use numbers on the iPad for some reason. I don't have number privileges. This is the Zombie Hedgehog tech support hour. See how the numbers are grayed out? I can't touch them. Long press. No, it's not working. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. It's one of those things where it just works until it doesn't. Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, I'm gonna get this going, then I'll log in. Oh, the size of this machine is a 250 by 250, Jaden. Watching from Turkey. Fatih. All right, no way to Ethernet the Pi directly to the Wi-Fi router in my office. No. I mean, I could try and break into the Wi-Fi cabinet or something. Oh, nice. Yeah, Tube on the 250 should be pretty fun. How are you able to do that? Is there like a mount that's designed for it? Because that might be a good thing to do on mine too. Zero mods so far. Okay. Okay, I'm going. All right, here we go. Take off tool head. Okay, cool. I'll have to take a look at the takeoff next time I get some ideas of modding this thing. Okay, so at this point I need to log in to SSH. Oh, there we go. Hold on. Okay, so my computer is now logged in. This is good. So the password, super top secret password. All right, now I'm on the Raspberry Pi using my computer. Was there any point in doing this? Because now it's just the same, basically the same interface that I had of the terminal up there. What's the point in doing this? Zombie told me to, Zombie Hedgehog. I have used Klipper before, but I wouldn't say I like doing it, or that I remember anything about it each time I do it. So there was no point in doing this? Zombie misled me. Oh no. I feel betrayed. So I'm gonna just switch this back to regular Wi-Fi. Most of the config is in the browser. Boston Tech said he sent me instructions. Okay, let's see about this. I'm gonna get back on Wi-Fi on my laptop. Okay, Lost in Tech apparently sent me instructions. Okay. So apparently I'm supposed to do all this stuff. Do I run a Linux-based system that runs a form of Debian? Should I go to Kaiua? Sudo apt-get update? No, I can't do that. I don't have Wi-Fi. All right, so I'm gonna do this the old-fashioned way. We're gonna do cd Klipper make menu config. Okay, now we're going to comments at the top of the printer configuration file should describe the settings that need to be set during make menu config. Open the file in a web browser or a text editor to look for these instructions near the top of the file. Okay, so I want the LDO. LDO Voron So this is running an LDO Leviathan. So let's do that. Okay. Okay, to use this config, during make menu config, select enable low-level configuration options. Okay. Done. Then microcontroller architecture is STM32F446. Oh, no. Oh, crap. I keep pressing enter. Oh, no. Okay, restart. My fingers were not on the right keys, so I was pressing shift and enter and stuff. All right, so here goes. We're just following the instructions on this file here. Okay, so enable low-level configuration. Microprocessor architecture is STM32. Processor model STM32F446. Bootloader offset 3 to KIB. That's good. Clock reference 12 megahertz crystal. Communications interface USB. USB IDs. I don't know. Do I have to set those up right now? I don't think so. Yeah, Mac has text edit. Okay. Are you following an LDO specific guide? No. Okay, so there's a couple more things. There's the communication interface, USB. I don't think any of this is going on. GPIO pin set to microcontroller startup? I don't know. I think that's good. Is that good? We'll save. Save. Yes. Okay. Now back to the Klipper. Open the file in a web browser or text editor and look for these instructions near the top of the file. Once appropriate menu config settings have been pressed, press Q to exit, Y to save, then run make. Okay, make. We're making all the things now. Okay, your build may be incomplete. Clock skew detected. Okay. Well, that's too bad. I'm not sure what that means. Following steps are used to flash to the control board. First, it's necessary, okay, to determine the serial port connected to the microcontroller. Got it. Okay, so there's two USB devices. One of them is the Nighthawk board, which controls the CAN bus communications that go to the tool head. And the other one is the Leviathan board, which is the STM32 right there. That other one is the Leviathan board. I mean, is the whatever. Okay, so yeah, the bottom one is what I need. Oh, the Leviathan board is pre-programmed when you receive it. Okay, I don't need to do anything then. According to Zombie. Okay. Well, that's a good question. How much is the Klipper team paid? Let's see what ChatGPT says. Okay. It's not saying. I want a dollar amount. Oh, it's not publicly disclosed. Well, that's fine. We don't have to debate how much Klipper's getting paid. So what do I do now? I think I can log into the printer then. How do I see the IP address of this thing? How come the computer isn't working? Oh, Zombie sent me the guide in a random Discord. Okay, well, let's assume that the yeah. So this should all be ready. Type in if ipconfig. Okay, yeah. ln. Oh. Okay, what ipconfig? Type in ifconfig. Oh, ifconfig? Really? I thought that was a typo. All right, Yadu doesn't do typos apparently. Okay, so I have the IP address. 192.168.8.102. Got it. 192.168.8.102. All All right, it says unreachable. Is that right? Oh no, 192.168.8.255. I don't know which one of these numbers to use. I'll try 255. Okay, that's not working either. Well, what I have to say to the Orca Slicer dev, when you mess with Bambu, you get skewered. The Bambu skewer. That's just how they operate. Okay, so, and to actually counter your point, Carmel Zappa, just because a company has big resources doesn't mean that they would make better software. I've worked on plenty of stuff that's awful that is run by a company. Wouldn't it be easier to get the Pi running on the Office network first? You know, you keep saying that, Neil, and you might be right. How do I log into a Wi-Fi that requires like a secondary login using a printer like this? It's the 102 you're trying to access? Okay, how do you know that? Oh, okay. 102. All right. It's unreachable. It cannot be reached. All right. Well, it's mainsail. Zombie has apparently, well, I've flashed mainsail OS onto the Raspberry Pi. Add 4409. Okay. It says unreachable. Enable SSH in the... Yeah, I used SS... I actually SSH'd in right here. But there's not much point in using this when I have this, right? It's just the terminal either way. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike Jones, about the Voron nightmares. Okay, so... what IP does your router show? Well, I'm logged into the router. Do you mean like... Okay. Okay, I'm logging into the router. Okay. So I have this. And let's see what my clients are. Oh gosh, you can see my IP address. Is this bad to show people? Someone tell me if I need to scrub this from the internet. Now someone's gonna hack into my computer. Yeah, so that's the wireless network, but it's not. Oh crap. Okay. Ah, okay. HTTPS://. No, that didn't work either. Nice try. Oh my gosh. How do you guys know this stuff? Okay, that didn't work either. Nmap scan? What do you mean? SSH into it? I have this. I can just type things in right here. So what should I type in? Nmap scan? Wow. Okay. All right. You forced my hand. I have to use my other computer. I brought a regular computer instead of a Mac, just in case we ended up in a situation like this. You can see it's got RGB lights, so it's very gamer. So let me get that logged in, and then we'll figure it out from there. Okay, well, thanks for having so much patience. I think to reward you, we're going to peel off one layer of the Kinder Egg. Although I still think we should wait to go deeper into the Kinder Egg as a reward for finishing the printer. So here we go. The Kinder Egg is it's getting, you know, it's getting more naked. So, all right, I'm gonna see if I can connect to this thing using this laptop here. Oh, yes. Zombie Hedgehog donated with the 149. All right, I'm gonna show you something here while we wait for the computer to boot up, because Mac computers boot up 10 times faster than Windows computers. Anyways, we're taking a look at the Uri One X400 Thinker. It's still running that print I started last night. I turned up the speed to 150%. It was running at 75% yesterday. So I just turned up the speed. So now it's going a little faster. And it looks like the quality is pretty much unchanged since I sped it up. So I think I might speed it up even more. That's probably a bad idea. Let me slow it down a little bit. Let's do 200% speed. I don't want to like crash this whole thing, even though it could probably handle up to 300%, just based on what I've been able to see so far. Is there any way to monitor the volumetric think that would be the most interesting. Oh, also, I should probably log into the Wi-Fi so I can monitor that as well. So yeah, let me log into my wireless network so I can take a look at what's going on with this machine. I think it has a probably has a, what do you call it? One of those cameras somewhere, so we can watch it on my computer screen. And apparently it's like scanning the wireless networks and it takes a while. All right, well, that was exciting. Let's go back over here. So, all right, computer should be booted up by now. Forget my password. You can't see it, okay. There we go. Now it's time to get on the network. I hate Windows. Okay, we're gonna log into my travel router. What is it called? Okay, we're connecting. Verifying and connecting. This should only take a couple more hours, maybe. It does not smell of noodles anymore. No, I wiped all that up. Print a holder for it. Oh, for the egg? That could be fun. I'm sure there's like egg holders that are already out there. All right, so it looks like we are hooked up to the internet now. I'll try 192.168.8.102. Hey, there we go. This one connects to it right away. So there's something about Mac that's blocking the connection. But that's all right. So, unable to open config file. We probably need to fix that. So, I don't think there is a printer.cfg file here. Let's create one. We'll call it printer.cfg. All right, and then we'll paste in all of the printer.cfg stuff that we need. Zombie really wants me to he wants to slide in my DMs. That's all right, we'll get there. All right, I'll see what Zombie is DMing me. Okay. All right, so I'm going to get this Klipper config for the generic Leviathan. I don't want the generic Leviathan. I want the Voron 2.4 Leviathan. Let's see. Kit Voron 2. Well, I'm sure they have the printer.cfg file somewhere. Printer.cfg file for LDO Voron Trident. Okay, so LDO Voron Trident kit configs. Let's turn up the brightness so you guys can be blinded by my laptop. LDO Voron Trident. Firmware. Printer, Leviathan Rev D, CFG. All right, we'll copy all this. Well, I guess I'll just download this. Then I will drag and drop that onto my Windows computer. Okay, we got it right here. I don't know why it always says scan and fix. Does it ever fix anything? Repair drive, wow. Thank you, Windows, for repairing the drive that I never knew had any issues. Okay. So I get the printer Leviathan Rev D.cfg. We'll just rename this printer. Well, actually, I don't need to rename it. I'm just going to copy all the contents out of it. What's that? When I was building robots back in the day, there was a file management thing that I used to like drag and drop files over SSH. Any of you guys know about that? Okay, I need to set this up for my printer, and apparently this is just like a generic one that's not specifically for the 250 by 250. So I have to go through here and figure out what all I need. Uncomment for 250 build. You got it. Make sure to update for your relevant driver. I think the X and Y are on 5160s, which are like high performance, high voltage, high power stepper drivers. So we'll leave that alone. Same with the Y. Huh? Why doesn't it say TMC 5160 space stepper Y? Shouldn't I have TMC 5160B before the stepper Y as well? Right? Oh yeah, and then end stops. I didn't put any end stops in. I was just planning on using sensorless homing. So maybe I should put those in now. Settings, privacy and security, local network. Okay. WinSCP. Oh yeah, WinSCP, that's it. Didn't dismount before ejecting. Oh no. Wouldn't it be superior than Kinder Eggs because then you wouldn't have to assemble the toy? It would be selling my point, like someone to assemble toys instead of to play with them, I guess. All right. Zombie Hedgehog has the persistence of a scammer. He's like, would you kindly please follow the guide? Okay, software setup. Run Raspberry Pi Imager, Raspberry Pi OS. I didn't do that. So that's not good. We're not off to a good start here. So as far as I can tell, what I did using the Imager app was it basically did Caillou already on that Raspberry Pi. And the Leviathan comes pre-configured, so that's all good. Under the MCU section, replace with your serial with the Leviathan MCU path that you determined in the previous steps. Okay. I actually have that. It's a long number, so I have to type that in. Okay. Replace with your serial. Okay. Here goes nothing. What does the serial usually look like? It's like USB-Klipper underscore STM32 F446 XX underscore 1DO3 there's a lot of zeros there. Sorry, I'm trying to count all these zeros. 3 0 0 0 0 5 5 1 3. One three, 1 3, 3 3, 5 3. 1 3 1 3 3 3 5 3. 9 2 9 3 2 dash IF 0 0. Okay. That's right. Oh. Then I need the serial for the Nighthawk, which isn't the same. That one is USB-Klipper underscore RP2040. Underscore 313436. Three 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 2 1 1. Five 5 6 capital F. Dash IF 0 0. Okay, hopefully I didn't mess any of that up. Just getting the capitalization right here. Okay. There's a 99% chance that I typed that in wrong. Okay, so thanks for the settings on the Mac. I'll actually update that. probably later. Okay. Huh. All right, so that's done. With software and firmware both successfully installed, we can now move on to adding the Klipper config files. Edit the printer.cfg file, replace with your serial. Okay, and then I have to comment out certain things depending on the size of the build plate. Z only goes up to 230. This is kind of a short boy. Okay. I have stealth burner. 50 to 10. I'm just using whatever they provided me. So hopefully that's just all stock. Filament switch sensor run out. No, I don't have that. Don't have any of the LEDs. Uncomment for 250 millimeter build. You got it. Uncomment the display type you have. I don't know, what did you give me? It's a display. I assume it's the LCD display? Yeah, that's probably it. Yep. Mini 12864 LCD display. Let's see if it's written on the thing anywhere. It says TFT 43 V2.1. Okay. Well, I assume that I'm using an LCD display. Macros, uncomment for 250 millimeter build. Okay. That's all good. I think what I'm going to do now is install the X and Y limit switches because I didn't install those thinking I could just set it up to do sensorless homing. I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comments, whether I should do that or not. But I think maybe installing the limit switches would be the right call here. I'm going to get those. And if somebody talk me out of it by the time I come back, then I might just set up sensorless. Okay. Here goes. All right, 52 watching. Those are some pretty good numbers, guys. I'm not helping with 5160 sensorless? Okay, makes sense. I guess that is a different type of motor than I'm used to dealing with. So I guess, does this have a 3D printed enclosure that goes along with it, or do I just bolt it down to the rail? It's probably got an enclosure for these little limit switches. Okay. So those are probably going in the back right side. That's usually where these type of things go. Oh, no, they might go... Where does this go? Okay. It's not immediately obvious where that goes. So I actually do need this. I think I should set that up. What do you guys think? LCD screen will be connected via 2 ports in the MCU board. There should be a printed part for it. It mounts under the right side of the X gantry. Okay. So like down here. Okay. Drag chain on the wrong side of the gantry threw me for a loop. Oh, it's mirrored, yeah. All right, let me see if I can find the piece that I need. There are way too many parts. Is this it? No. Yes, I know. I'll consult the instruction manual. Okay, I see what I need. You get to relive the thrill of hunting down that one Lego piece. The one Lego piece you need. All right. XY end stop board. I might just print this out. XY end stop board. So let's look that up. XY end stop board. GitHub. Okay, so I think this is it. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Need the microswitch end stop pod. Okay, where's the STL? There we go. All right, so we'll download this. I hope this is a good version. This is a 5-year-old file. Yikes. Does that still work after 5 years? All right, we'll go ahead and slice that plate. Put it on an SD card and then take it over to the K1 Max. No, K2 Plus. Speaking of K2, I bet the regular K2 is going to be 256 by 256. This is just my wild theory I'm going to throw out there. Because they have the K2 Plus, which is 350 by 350, which implies there's going to be a smaller and a larger. And it would make sense if the smaller was 250 by 250 to match Bambu Lab. And the larger was maybe 450, like a K2 Max. Or maybe 500. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, so we'll print this out. Export plate. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna get this print started up on the K2. Oh man. And then we'll finish configuring this. I'm just going to manually press the end stop switches. I'll get them all wired up so that everything should be fine. And then once that part is finished printing, I'll just bolt it on. And it looks like it should be bolted onto the bottom here, according to the instructions that I'm reading. You get bolted onto the bottom. It doesn't look like there's any extra bolt holes for that. we'll figure that out when we get there. Okay, get that printed. I'll take my iPad so I can monitor the chat while I'm starting up that print job. Should just take a minute. Ah, yes. Okay, I just have to power up the K2 because I turned it off last night. Daniel says this is painful to watch, and he said he's got to go. Hope you get it running. Thank you, Daniel. The pain of getting this going is definitely a thing. There should be a printed part. Okay, so we're going to get that printed part all printed out. And I don't know how it's supposed to attach down there. I guess it, well, let's see how it shows it on the, oops. How's that supposed to work? Okay, so it attaches, you just replace, so you undo a couple of the screws that are used to bolt down this gantry, undo the with longer ones, and then that goes down there. Makes sense. Steve's 3D, what's up? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Just, you know, good old Voron build time. Great stuff. I just have to print out a couple more parts and stuff. So it's just taking a little while. Not a huge problem. Now you gotta print out an 18-minute part and then do some wiring. Okay, now I'm going to run the cables for this down to the base of the machine. It'll just take a minute. So, all right. Yes. So last night's stream was pretty crazy. I was working on this for like 10 hours. It was, yeah, kind of insane. But I just want to get this over with because this has been on my desk for almost 5 or 6 months. I want to get this project wrapped up. I haven't had a lot of time to work on things at my office lately. I was hoping I could have got it wrapped up before I had to spend a bunch of time away, but I was not able to finish things in time. So this is just one of the things that got kind of buried under a pile of other stuff. But we're back. We're gonna make sure we finish the Voron. Okay, so this needs to actually go through this cable chain up top. Maybe I'll get you a better view. So this needs to go through the cable chain up here and then get routed down over here. I've got to pop all these cable chains off. And also for my Z-axis probe, I think I might have wired it up backwards, so I've got to figure out how to fix that. I don't think it'll be too challenging. Okay. Ta-da! Just kidding, there's no ta-da here. It's just slow and steady getting the work done. Okay. Get that tucked away in there. And then pop this off. Oh. Hold on, hold on. Okay. There we go. Gotta get these cables inside the cable chain. Okay, that's done. Okay. There we go. Done pinching cable chains for now. All right, and that goes down into the base. Okay, and then down to the bottom. All right, and stop limit switches coming through. And I gotta see where those plug in. That means more instruction manual reading. My favorite. Every Voron person's favorite is the instruction manual. Oops, hold on. There we go. Okay, so let's figure out where we need to go with this next bit. Oh yeah, wiring. I need to look at some Leviathan specific wiring guides. I don't know if that exists. If it does, I'm sure Zombie Hedgehog already sent it to me. Oh yeah, wiring guide, there it is. Wow. That's amazing. Such a helpful guy. Okay, so let's see. Looks like these get plugged in. X end stop, Y end stop, and Z end stop. So last time I plugged in the end stop switches, I caused a short circuit. So I'm going to go ahead and wait. I'll save the printer.cfg before I turn the machine off. So save and close. I think this printer.cfg file is all good. Save and close. Then shut down. Then we'll turn this off. All right. Now we will plug in the Y end stop. The X end stop. and the Z end stop. Okay, so I plugged in the Z end stop. Okay, I'll just show you because it's a little bit tricky. So there's the Z probe. I plugged this in over here initially, but what that did was it shorted these two wires together because the sensor is normally closed. So it shorted the ground to the power pin according to, oh wait, hold on, I'll flip it around. So when I plugged this in, it just shorted the two wires together, and that's shorting ground and power. And if I plugged this on, if I plugged this in while the machine was turned on, that might have like caused some major sparks to fly. But all it did for me was it prevented the machine from turning on. So there's some kind of short circuit protection that saved everything from being damaged. So you don't want to plug in your Z stop into the Z probe switch because that will be catastrophic. Instead, what you need to do is plug it into the Z end stop switch, which might be obvious to some people, but I read from left to right, and I saw the first plug that looked like it could be the right one. And I plugged it in there, and it didn't work out so well. Okay, so interesting that the X end stop is plugged in to the 3.3 sensor pin, and this one's plugged into the ground and the sensor pin. Maybe that has to do with, I don't know, something to do with this PCB. Ground, VN. Maybe it's some way to use less pins or something. But yeah, that just makes things a little complicated. But I'll run all these cables over to the side here. And we'll stuff that in. We have an overstuffed cable conduit here, but that's all right. Okay, that's looking good. I could also do the LED strip lights, but honestly I'm thinking maybe I'll do the enclosure later, or maybe I'll just put all the enclosure parts in a box and never touch it again. Oh geez, something just fell out. I have to eat some of this. The wiring's all complete, so I gotta eat part of the Kinder Egg. How's the Ender 5 Max? Well, I'll make another video soon. So far I really like it. I just need to get the slicer profile so that I can do some more models on it. And the one thing I don't like about it is how loud it is. So if you're like in my office, I probably wouldn't want to use it all that often. Just because of like the noise. But if I want to print something really big, over 350 by 350, then that's the only machine that I have that can do it. Well, that and the Uri Thinker X400, which is like the same size. And it's got a full, it comes with a full enclosure. It's a lot quieter in operation. It seems to be decent quality, but that's a Kickstarter, so, you know. Kickstarter versus Creality product. Okay, so all the wires are good. I'm just waiting for one plastic part to finish up to attach these end stop little switches over here. This Kinder Egg is delicious. Yeah, so Mike Jones, I've talked to someone about how steppers are always inaccurate. They're basically never where you want them to be under load. Because basically it's like, the way basically any motor works is you're pulling a magnet along, you're pulling the rotor along with a magnet. And like, you can imagine if you have two magnets and you're trying to pull one along with another, the magnet, when you put the magnet in front of the other magnet, it's going to pull it along, but it's always going to be slightly off if you're moving back and forth really fast. That's not the best explanation of it, but basically that's why servo motors are so much better, because they can actually get you to the exact spot that you want to be, versus stepper motors, you're always a little bit off of where you're telling the motor to go. Yeah, Murder Dog gives a good explanation. There's always a difference to chase, especially when you're accelerating and moving quickly. Like whenever it's under load, it's not at the right location. And that's what input shaper tries to do. It'll actually overshoot where you want to go and then pull back behind where you're trying to go. And that'll correct for it to some degree, but it's not going to be nearly as good as a servo motor. And you can actually use servo motors and input shaper together, because input shaper can also account for some of the springiness of all your belts in the frame. So the servo motor can make sure the motor isn't introducing any error. And then, you know, you can do input shaper on top of that. It's just like subtracting out one source of error. It's getting rid of a lot of the motor error. So one thing that might be an issue for me is I'm running a Mac, and Creality has different versions of Creality print based on if you're on a Mac or a PC. So they might not have the Ender 5 Max config files on the Mac yet, but they might have it on the PC already. Well, yeah, so Magneto X is using linear servo motors, so you're getting rid of yet another source of error, which is the belts. Now the only source of error you really have is the frame. So if theoretically you built a printer out of that with those linear motors and had like a super stiff frame, then it could be pretty good in terms of accuracy. But the other way to improve accuracy is to slow down. And there's one source of inaccuracy that you can't address by making the frame bigger and stronger. And that's the shape of the plastic pool that you're laying down. Like when you're moving really fast, there's viscous forces that are dragging that pool around. You imagine if you're doing a circle, let's say you're just printing a circle at a fixed, like you just keep printing circles over and over again. If you do it really slow, the viscosity term is basically ignored and you can draw a pretty accurate circle, like pretty much exactly what the print head is doing. That's the circle that you'll get in the end. But the more and more you speed it up, that you'll get more viscous forces that'll kind of pull the circle will shrink a little bit because you're pulling it into a circle, and you know, the nozzle's kind of dragging it inwards as it's swirling around. So you can imagine if you did a test print where you went really slow at the base, and then you sped up as you went up higher and higher in a base mode print for the perfect cylinder, it would probably taper a little bit towards the top. And you could do the same thing with like a square shaped print with square corners, and you would see that, like, you know, the corners would get rounded out, and the overall area of the tube is going to get smaller. So yeah, that's a source of error that even if your motion system is completely perfect, you're going to have an issue with that just from the plastic being molten and viscous. Yeah, there'll definitely be an Orca slicer profile for the Under 5 Max. I'm probably not gonna make it just because I'm lazy, but it's pretty trivial to port those over from system to system. You just have to submit a pull request to the Orca slicer team, and they'll probably just add it into the slicer. So yeah, I guess I'll try out Creality print on the Mac computer, sorry, on the PC that I have, and see if I can slice files for the Under 5 Max. That's a good idea. But they were also saying that the version 6 isn't as stable as version 5.1. So the Mac is still on version 5.1, and yeah, so it's a bit of a mess. That's still one area that I think Creality needs to improve on, is version control, making sure that you're releasing the same version of the software for everyone and it has everything that it should have at certain dates. Like when you release a printer or you're sending them out for review, then make sure that all the profiles are there, because that just makes everyone's life easier. All right, let's see. I'm gonna see how my prints are going. Let's go take a look. Wait, hold on. Yes, this way. All right. All right, so this, I turned up the speed and the quality is basically unchanged, so maybe I could turn it up even higher. But this is a big long print that I don't want to fail, so I'm just gonna leave it. And then, hello? Printer? Retract issue cannot be, oh. This is the first time I've had an issue with the Creality K2 Plus, saying it has a retract error. It looks like some of the filament broke. We'll just get rid of that. I don't need that filament anyways. I'm just going to be running this one. So that was a pretty useful error code. They must be copying Bambu Lab for that stuff. You know, you read the error code, you know what's going on, and you fix it in a second. Pretty nice. All right, now we're feeding in that polycarbonate. And there's the Area 1 Thinker X400. It's kind of a complicated name. Thinker, one, first of all, isn't a real word. Thinker X400. Okay. Well, that's all right. And here's the under 5 Max we were talking about earlier. I think this printer does everything that you want it to do, minus multicolor printing and being quiet. So, you know, you're definitely picking and choosing your features when you get something like this versus something more like the K2 Plus. It's got basically everything. Something like the One X400. It's basically this, but bigger and heavier, a little more expensive, and with the full enclosure. And, you know, I guess this one's more running a more stock version of Klipper versus the Creality stuff is running Creality Klipper, whatever that is. Well, let me wipe off the camera here. All right. So yeah, we gotta wait another little bit for this to print. It's got to heat up the heated chamber because it's doing polycarbonate and get that bed up to temperature. I think it's like 110, yeah, 110 degrees and 260 Celsius print temperature. Pretty cool. With closed loop feedback, you wouldn't. Oh yeah, you're looking at the spools. These are 3 kilogram spools. Yeah, they're pretty big, but they're not as big as these 5 kilogram spools. This helmet print that I'm doing uses over 1 kilogram, so I'm using one of these big spools. And I was actually planning on doing the same print on that and the Ender 5 Max at the same time. The Ender 5 Max on its stock profile would do that print, which takes I think like 2+ days on like a normal printer. It'll do it in like a little over a day. So the Ender 5 Max is actually extremely fast, according to the print profile that I was using. But I have to validate that by actually printing the stuff instead of just slicing it. But I'll do that in the next couple of days. Probably this week I'll fire it up and try it out. All right, back to this stuff. I guess I can do everything I want to right now. Everything should be working. The Polar printer is in storage right now. I was away from my office for quite some time, so I didn't have any time to work on that. The last time I really was messing with it was when I brought it to East Coast Rep Festival, also known as 3D Printopia. That was pretty fun. Okay, so also the bed on the Ender 5 can apparently hold up to 35 pounds or 33 pounds, 15 kilograms. So you can imagine basically 3 of those giant spools, like a really big solid part being printed in that giant build area. I mean, who knows if it can actually pull off a print of that size, but it'd be interesting to test. I did not print the chocolate egg, but this, I guess you'd call it an Easter egg from one of my old videos. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? I guess I can fire this up. Mmm. Delicious. I'm not going to build anything for this. I'm going to build it as it's supposed to be and then leave it alone because, oh yeah, I am using the inductive probe. Apparently I'm supposed to put some kind of tape to insulate the inductive probe from the hot end. So crap, I better do that too. I'm gonna get that tape. This is turning into a big project again. I'm just gonna slip some tape up there and cover it up. Yeah, we don't need to do anything too crazy. Okay, home position XY must be in safe Z home. Home position XY in section safe Z home must be specified. Alright, so that's probably in the, is that in the printer.cfg? Home XY position. What? Home in section safe Z home must be specified. Okay. Alright, that's not in this section. I guess it's in... Where is that supposed to be? Oh, I guess it's not specified, so if I look for it and it's not there, then it wouldn't be able to find it, would it? So maybe I should look for safe Z home. Home. Okay, so it was looking for, okay, there's a space here. I might have accidentally pressed space. We'll restart, see if that works. Okay, so I guess that's good. The Clippy screen is just showing the terminal right now. Does anyone know how to fix that? It's just showing the terminal, which isn't very useful for me. I want to see the good stuff. You know, like the Clippy screen. Okay, so inductive probe dies pretty quickly in an enclosure without insulation. What kind of stuff do you print on Etsy? Is a good sale each month? Is the K2 good for mass production? I don't have an Etsy shop. I have a feeling all the content creators that say they run an Etsy shop are lying to gain credibility. It's like, oh, I run an Etsy shop. I know a thing or two about 3D printing. I think quite a few of them actually do, so I'm not just calling everyone out as a blanket statement, but some people overstate how much Etsy they actually do, I would wager. What happened to the S1 Pro? Ender 3 S1 Pro? I think I still have it. We can take a look at it in a minute. It's, I'm not sure if that's it over there. Well, yeah, I think that's it. I have it over there. I'll show you in a minute. I don't sell robots, no. I build robots. I have a Nathan Sells Robots website. Okay, MCU unable to connect. Huh. Firmware restart. Printer is not ready. Clippy host is attempting to connect. Ooh, we've reached the next level of the Kinder Egg. There's no chocolate anymore. See, this is too confusing to the American consumer. When we get something to eat, it disappears immediately. You just chuck that thing in your mouth and try to chew it, crunch it up, swallow it. But when you add a little toy inside, it could kill one of us. So that's why these aren't legal here. So it says Clippy is attempting to connect. That's not good. Uh-oh. Maybe I got the IP address wrong. The device ID. Okay. I need to type that that command in again. IP address and make sure that that's correct. Someone told me what the command was earlier. I'll be able to figure it out. If someone told me what the command was, I would not be upset. Let's see. Okay, it is. Okay. Oh, okay. I can actually see the serial devices right here in mainsail. If I go to devices, machine, dashboard, um, devices. Where's my devices? Dashboard. I can't find it. Make sure the serial tab is selected. System. Devices under the USB icon under system information. Okay. Okay. General. What? Oh, that's on the fluid interface. Okay, I'm in mainsail. Okay. Machine. Printer.cfg. There should be a devices config reference. That's not useful without internet. What? Show me devices. Okay, machine. Printer.cfg. Click the devices button in the top right. There's no devices button. Make sure serial tab is selected, then click the refresh button. You should see one or more devices show up. Okay, well that's not helpful. A big covered printer under your desk? Oh, I've been showing it on this stream and the previous one. It's the Anycubic, sorry, I keep calling it Anycubic. It's the Uri one Thinker 400X. Yeah. Yeah, this is my rat rig shirt. Oh, LSL, yeah, that's what I need. ls slash I, alright, I'll type that in. I don't know what you just had me type in. It says root. LRXRWXRWX 1 root. Okay. It's just upside down, so it's hard to read. Okay. I see what I need. dev/serial/by-id/Klipper_RP40 dash Klipper with a capital K _RP2040 _ 313436 313436333211 556 capital F dash IF 00. Oh, I put ID. Okay. Yeah, I have typos all over this thing. And then this one I did all capitals when it should be lowercase. And let's check the rest of it. STM32F446XX. STM32F446XX _1DO3 _1DO. That should be 003. 003 0000 55 55 13 13 13 33 13 13 13 33 53932 53932 dash IF00. Okay. Done. We're restarting. That should do it. There we go. The fan just turned on. Ha ha ha. Why is the fan on? Someone explain to me why the fan is on right now. It's unnecessary. MCU NHK shutdown. ADC out of range. This usually exceeds when a temperature exceeds its configured min or max temp. Once the underlying issue is corrected, use the firmware restart to reset the firmware. Reload the config in the host software. Okay, so that means maybe I'm using the wrong type of thermistor for the hot end. Now the hot end fan just turned on, so that's what we call a clue that maybe that thermistor is reading too high of a value. If we go to the dashboard, it doesn't show me anything useful. Is mainsail worse than fluid? It's worse. I think I normally use fluid. Like not being able to get the USB ID off of, you know, directly in here like it should be able to do on fluid. Just doesn't seem fun. Okay, but time to check our thermistor configurations. Now this is the default config, so I was hoping that it would have been set up correctly. Or maybe we have it plugged into the wrong port. That's another possibility, because I probably didn't plug everything in how I was supposed to, if I'm being honest with myself. So let's take a look at where those thermistors should be plugged in. Thermistors are relatively harmless to plug in random spots because they'll usually, they're just like a very large resistor. So it's usually not an issue. But yeah, you do want to be careful. It's just plugging things in randomly. Okay, so it looks like the thermistor, this is the wrong one. I need to find the one that that Sir Hedgehog sent me. Okay. Thermistor, bed thermistor. Okay. Alright, I need to move the bed thermistor over one. Okay, so moving the bed thermistor over to where it needs to be. And the Nighthawk has all of its plugs built into the hot end, so I doubt those are plugged in correctly. So we'll save and close, save and restart actually. ERCF for multi-material prints, that might be kind of fun. But I mean, I have the CFS, the Creality filament system, which is the original design developed by Creality with no outside interference or influence or inspiration. Creality developed that completely on their own, and it has a striking resemblance to some random thing. Okay, hold on. MCU Nighthawk shut down. So yeah, that is in the Nighthawk. I wonder if I did the cables there incorrectly. But anyways, you gotta hand it to Creality for single-handedly inventing multicolor printing and bringing the highly original CFS system to market. Nobody's ever seen anything like that before until Creality invented it. So you have to give props to them. Alright, let's see what's going on here. Nighthawk out of range. Why? Is the thermistor plugged into the wrong area? I actually didn't read anything when I decided to start plugging things in there. So it's very likely that I didn't wire it correctly. And the thing that Zombie Hedgehog sent me, I will be able to resolve my problem. All thanks to Zombie Hedgehog. Okay, so let's see. Fans, that was pretty obvious. This one, chamber thermistor, hot end thermistor right there. Pretty sure that's where I have it. Maybe I have the wrong type of thermistor specified in the documentation. That's a possibility. Or maybe I don't have the chamber thermistor activated. Maybe I never plugged in the chamber thermistor, so it's confused. You think that's possible? I thought high was supposed to be released this month. What is everybody talking about with the high? I have no idea what kind of printer that would even look like. I've never even seen a high. I've seen a buy, like buy Creality, Creality buy. Yeah, that's a genuine fact that nobody's ever seen the high before. Okay, heater pin, NHK, Wrinkles, uh, pulling in the most useful information out of all of you. Wrinkle is definitely carrying his weight. So we're gonna go to printer.cfg, heater pin, NHK, GPIO. Let's see. Bed heater, probe, controller fan, chamber, NeoPixel, Nighthawk, thermistor sensor. Oh yeah, I don't have that plugged in. So I guess I'll comment that out. Chamber temperature. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we'll give that a try. Oh, Zombie, you've been very helpful by sending me the documentation for the thing. Okay, so we'll wait for that to restart. Wait, it's happy now. Ah, printer happy. There's a couple things that still need to be sorted out in the config, but it looks like we've got it for the most part. So that means we get to open the egg. Oh, wow, okay. Incredible. All right, we're gonna unpack that as soon as we actually get a print started on this thing. I'm gonna get the last little 3D printed part that I need over here. We'll get that plugged in, and then we can start getting a print going. Woo. All right, so we just need some filament now. Okay, there's my little filament holder. Ta-da. And you know what I love about my Creality K2 Plus? Every time I print a part, it comes out perfect. Just look at that. Polycarbonate, no problem. Ah, yes. I'm noticing the heater cartridges and thermistors are the same on a lot of hot ends, so they just use different heat breaks, heat blocks. Yeah. Might be so. This one's using a Revo hot end. So it is a certain set up a certain way. Now I wish they would have attached this tape to the sensor before they sent it to me. Let's see if I can home all. Oh yeah, there we go. Printer's doing the thing. All right, it says end stop X still triggered after retract. So I guess that's might be confused between being normally open and normally closed. So yeah, we'll try that again. There's clearly an issue there. End stop X still triggered after retract. All right. So maybe the X end stop needs some reconfiguring. Make sure the pin assignment is correct and all that. Let's do the Z-tilt calibration. I must home all axes first, okay. I'll just keep hitting home because every time it moves the Z axis down a little bit. Now an access to the hot end. Okay. All right, I'm going to put one layer of this insulating fiberglass reflective tape on the bed leveling probe because for some reason they don't do that for me from the factory. But I'm definitely going to need to take this apart and do a better job applying that later on. It's just for now, I don't want to take the hot end apart right now. So this is what we're dealing with. Okay, all right. Okay, so I need some longer bolts and an Allen wrench and all that. So, oh, here's my deburring tool. You just deburr away for a minute here to get that brim taken care of. Okay. All right, so this gets attached here and then over there. All right, so I need, yeah, just like that. Okay. All right, I need to get an Allen wrench and some longer screws now. I bought a 24-volt ceramic heater off of AliExpress for $4. Same ones Bambu use. Yeah, those are cool how cheap they are. I heard that a lot of those technologies got developed for e-cigarettes, and then they got repurposed for use with 3D printers. So you can thank e-cigarettes. Oh, here's that thermistor for the chamber. I'll probably plug that in later because I don't want to do it right now. Not much point in having that in my unenclosed printer right now. But yeah, thank you for smoking. Now, what was I looking for? Allen keys, longer screws. Maybe they're these. Maybe they're a little shorter. All right. All right. One down, one to go. I'll get you right up in here in the action because we're almost done. Yeah, all right. Almost done with the build. Okay. So Zombie Hedgehog has a Linus Tech Tip screwdriver. All I have is this triplet screwdriver that I got on Amazon for $6. It's got bit storage. You can change what bit comes out at the end with a little revolving cartridge. It's pretty handy. And it's only like $6. Okay. I don't have the fancy Linus Tech Tip screwdrivers. We aren't that fancy here. So should you get the Creality High or Bambu A1? I would go with the High just because I don't like Bambu Lab, and I'll be perfectly upfront about that. Bambu Lab as a company have screwed me over a little bit, so I don't like recommending their products. Their printers are good. Like, I'm more than happy to say that their printers are good hardware, interesting printers all around. But, you know, you gotta, I mean, they just seem like they're kind of bad for the industry in terms of monopolizing and patenting and stuff. I'm a little concerned about their control over the industry and what that'll mean for everyone. Could be bad. But if you just want something that works and you don't want to think about it too much, they're still a good option. It's just I don't really recommend them that much. Okay, here we go. Okay, I hope I put this in correctly. I assume this is how it goes. And then we'll pull out the slack here. We'll kind of tuck this in up here. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. I'm noticing the heater cartridges and oh yeah. Let me finish this up here. Doop. The A1 Mini does use strain gauge to detect flow. Make sure it's the same on the fly. That's kind of cool. Closed loop feedback, at least for the nozzle, nothing for the axis yet. I don't know about that. Maybe. It's hard to work at that angle. Yes, this isn't the best angle to be working. Also, these wires are kind of pinched into an area where they could get smushed by the aluminum extrusion that's right here. So I don't think it's an ideal place to run the cables, but that's how Voron likes to do it, so we're doing it. All right, I'll do one more zip tie. There we go. All right. Now let's go back to doing some config stuff. We'll see if we can get this thing printing. Now, the Z-axis, the X-axis end stop switch isn't working correctly, so it's either misconfigured or maybe these pins were done incorrectly. Like I was saying, you know, it's kind of weird that one of them is going to positive and one's going to ground, but that may very well be what it's supposed to be. It's labeled and I have it plugged in according to the labels. This one's the X end stop. That goes down there into the X end stop. This one's the Y stop. That one goes into the Y end stop. So that should be all good. I'm going to look at it in the configuration. Machine, printer.cfg. Let's see how these end stops are set up. End stop pin. There's lots of stops in this. So end stop pin PC2 for Y. End stop pin PC1 for X. And then if we look at the wiring guide here, LDO Leviathan. I mean, this is pretty clear what goes where. Unless they have those plugged into the wrong pins. It should be X. And yeah, the gap in the middle here. This one has a gap on the side and on the side. Over here, that one, yeah, it's got the missing pin in the middle, a gap on the side and on the side. Now we could need to put a exclamation point on the end stop pin to have it be reverse of what it's set up to here, or maybe there's a broken circuit somewhere in there. Maybe the wire got pinched and is damaged and the signal can't get from one end to the other. So we'll do some troubleshooting here. All the connectors look healthy. That goes down here. Yeah, everything looks good to me. Unless the switches themselves are broken or there's some misconfiguration here. I'll put an exclamation point here just to see if that fixes anything. But that also means that I might need to cancel. I'll do it on both of them. What that's going to do is it inverts that pin, so positive means the opposite of what it normally means. And that's useful for situations where the pins are reversed to what they should be. But also make sure to stop the printer if it's going too weird. Nope. Immediately it says X stop still triggered after retract. Anyone got any ideas on what that might mean? Printer.cfg will undo our last two changes. Okay, so what do we do? What do we do now? The thing won't home. Maybe go to mainsail.cfg. Nah. No, we don't need to mess with that. Usually in stops, wired signals to ground, not VCC to ground. Yeah, but up here, yeah, it's got this plug, and if you look at it's hard for me to see at this angle, but see it's got ground and V in, and X and Y. So it looks like that breakout board receives ground and V in, which is 3.3 volts. Any brilliant ideas? Try repinning it to look like the other stops. Well, according to this picture, that's how it's set up. See, this one has the gap in the middle on the pins. So I think that's right. And in any case, you can always reprogram it to, I guess they're probably set to be pulled up or pulled down using a little internal resistor inside the microcontroller. Kind of looked like the pad was missing on some of the pins on that PCB, but it could have been an illusion. On the up here? No, I don't think so. It's using I can't see. Hold on. It's using through pin connectors. It's not the neatest, but it's pretty good. Okay. All right, any genius ideas? Makes sense now getting VCC up to the board to see if that V is pulled up or down. You know, I really didn't want to get into multimetering today, but I guess it's not up to me, is it? I'll get the multimeter. All right, multimeter time. All right. So this is how a lot of people break their 3D printers. Just so you know. They think, oh, it's time to get the multimeter out. And then you accidentally bridge 2 pins with the multimeter leads. And you cause a short circuit and destroy everything. I've done it multiple times. Actually, the very first 3D printer that I worked on, that's what I immediately did to it. Not on purpose, but you know, stuff happens sometimes. So I'll see what these pins are pulled to. Okay, so that's millivolt. I can't see any potential difference across any of these pins on the switch. All right, now I'll try it in the clicked position. Yeah, and again, I'm not seeing any potential difference on any of the pins of that switch for the the y-axis. Make sure 3.3 and ground. Yeah, I'm getting 3.3 volts there. No potential difference across the X switch. When I click it, also 0. It's reading 0 regardless of what's going on here. Yeah, I'm not getting any change of the voltage status when I'm pulling these pins, when I'm pulling these switches. All right, well, we'll see if the signals that are intended are actually going up to this in the first place. So let's probe. I'll get you a good view here, albeit inverted. So I'm gonna probe right there and there, both sides. I'm reading 3 volts here. So I think this is that V in and ground? I can't see from here. Yeah, that's ground and V in. I'm reading positive 3.3 volts. I think that's backwards, actually. Yeah, that's backwards. Right? Now I'm reading a negative voltage. So yeah, V in and ground are inverted somehow. Okay, so it seems like the cable was constructed improperly, such that the positive and negative are switched, and maybe something else. Let's flip upside down. Take a look at this. So if I read 3.3 and ground, I got positive 3.3. Okay. All right, let's test continuity from X down here. I'm switching this to continuity mode so it'll beep. So now we get the beepies if it's all right, now it beeps if they're both touching the same. So we're gonna check continuity on each wire and see where it's messed up. And I'm unplugging the switches up top. And I'm unplugging these down low. Just so that I'm not getting any influence from the rest of the circuitry. I'm just looking at the cable. So down here, I will touch what's supposed to be 3.3. So I've got what should be 3.3 down there. Then up here, I'm going to touch what should be 3.3, which is V in, which is right here. And there's no signal. If I touch it to ground, yeah, it's triggering. Okay, so what that's telling me is, well, when stuff is messed up like this, you gotta be smart. Okay, so let's just do this systematically. All right, on one end, we have this plug. On the other end, we have this plug. And this plug. This is where it's helpful to have like real wiring diagrams that show every single connector and everything, and like actual drawings of the cables, which in some contexts you will have that. And then I'm putting the little locking feature, I'm drawing it on here so that we have a point of reference, so that we know we're not flipping these around. Because these JST connectors have like a little barb on one side of them. Okay, so let's see what's supposed to be going on here. For the X stop, for both of them, the middle pin is ground, and the top pin is 3.3. Okay, that's how that's supposed to look. Then on this end, let's figure out what that's supposed to look like. So we've got our little barbs on the bottom here. And, all right, let's see. I can't see anything because of my camera. I mean, my phone has a weird thing here. It's reflecting a bunch of red light. Okay, but I can see it from here on my monitor. Okay, so VN is at the bottom and ground is at the top. VN, Y, X, ground. And just make sure that makes sense to me. So when I actually will physically rotate the switch. So hold on. Make sure you're right side up here. I'll physically rotate the switch so that it aligns with my drawing in the background. So it looks like this. And it like aligns with the drawing in the background. Come on, focus on there. Yeah, just like that. And I make sure that everything makes sense. So VN, oh, it's actually at the top. When I actually reorient that. Here's it. No. Yeah, ground is at the top. Yeah, this is good. This is how it's supposed to look. So logically, we'll say this is for the X and this is for the Y. So on the X cable, we have one wire coming from 3.3, and on the Y cable, we have one wire coming from ground. So one wire coming from ground here. On the Y, one wire coming from the 3.3. On the X, then both have a wire coming from SIG. And then logically, if you were to put this together in a way that makes sense, you would draw this ground. I'll do this in a different color. The red marker is the worst. Hold on, I'll do green. Sorry for anyone that's colorblind. So yeah, if you're doing this logically, the Y should go from ground to ground. Y sig should go from Y sig to Y. X sig should go from X sig to X. And the 3.3 that's coming out of the X plug should go from 3.3 to VN. I did a little jump over there so you know it's not connected. Anyways, so yeah, we need to verify that this wiring diagram is what we have over there. And yeah, you just go through this all step by step until you get everything right. With wiring, it's one of the easiest things to get wrong because, you know, you have this person who's assembling these wiring harnesses. They may or may not know what the end result is supposed to look like, and it's really easy to just get the wrong plug in the wrong area, especially if they do like small batch sizes or the documentation is wrong or something. The drawings and someone made a mistake in CAD on the electrical engineering side. So this kind of stuff happens all the time. When you build electronics, you know, you got to expect this kind of thing to happen, and when things stop working, this is one of the first things you check out. And yeah, that means multimeter time. So what I've discovered is that what should be the 3.3 volt pin should go to VN up here is actually going to ground. Hold on. I need to make my dramatic point and I need it to beep. Give me a beep. Okay, I got this backwards. It's really easy to get things backwards and mixed up. Okay, so now I've got the cable portion that's supposed to be 3.3. I'm going to touch ground again. And that's beeping. All right, so that's not good. And I unplugged it from everything, so I know that there's nothing else that could be causing this error. All right, now I'm going to touch, you know, you isolate the system and test it independently. So now we're going to touch ground, and we're going to touch ground up here. And of course, that's not going to make any noise. And what I'm guessing is what happened is they accidentally switched ground and 3.3. So we're going to touch 3.3. Yeah, and that's beeping. But one more thing that we want to check at it is we're going to see if they mixed up X and Y. So we're going to touch Y, and we're going to touch what should be the Y cable right now. All right, X and Y are set up correctly. There's only one wire left, so we know what's going on there. So what we have, in essentially they mistook something, and instead of this going to VN, they deviated and took this over to 3.3, and then this one deviated and went to ground. So we accidentally have a switched pair there. So we're just gonna unswitch those and everything should be fine. Now, that is, you know, doing the analysis by the books and just, you know, dotting the I's and crossing the T's and being extra OCD about things. It's like, hey, those are switched up. We just flip them around and everything will be good. However, there is also a possibility that they decided to change the design last minute, and they actually intended to switch those wires, and really switching them back around is going to cause more issues. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. We're just going to, you know, pop off disassemble this connector and reassemble it with the correct pins going to the correct locations. All right. Makes sense, everyone? We all on board? We having fun yet? Oh, jeez. I hate having to disassemble connectors. There's special tools that you can get to make it easier. But what ends up happening most of the time is you're just trying to like jam some pins in there to dislodge the rightful connectors, and it's just kind of a mess. I'm going to leave this one alone. I'll plug that back in over here, and I'll try and rewire it from the small side here. Oh, Jesus. Oh. That's my multimeter reminding me to turn it off. All right. Now, a lot of times when you get stuff backwards like this, you can actually fix it in the Klipper config, which is what I try to do usually. And that's why I tried to reverse those pins to see if, like, hey, I figured the voltage is reversed, so if I reverse those pins, then maybe I can get it to work with the current wiring, but no. I guess the correct term is I was inverting those pins so that instead of looking for a high voltage to know that the end stop is triggered, it's looking for a low voltage. But I think I'd have to invert that and invert another thing as well. And you just end up, you want to try not to fix hardware problems with software solutions unless you really have to. The better option is almost always to just get the hardware right. So that way, anyone looking at this documentation, working on this printer in the future, doesn't have to know about the special printer.cfg that it needs to run. They can just go with the default software setup. And LDO is using good quality JST connectors that are hard to dismantle. So I'm having a hard time unplugging these. You can also cut the wires and resolder them. Or you know what, I'm just gonna go full product placement mode. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these K2 connectors. Now I'm always talking about my Creality K2 Plus that I love, but I also like these little connectors which are coincidentally also called K2s. These little K2 connectors were originally used for installing telephone lines, so they're useful for dealing with small, low voltage, low power wiring. And you basically just insert the wires that you want to splice together. You insert 2 different wires in one in each of those holes, and then you pinch and it will join that connector together. And I use these in my motherboard kit that I use to modify my Ender 3S1s, because these are good for doing fan connections. If you want to resplice your fans or put different connectors on there, then it's good for that. So what this will allow me to do is I can just cut those wires and resplice them to the way that I want them to be. So I'll just take the what was supposed to be the oh, almost cut that in the wrong spot. Think twice, cut once. Okay. All right, so when this is plugged in like this cable over here, this cable is our 3.3 volt. So we're just going to cut that. And we're going to take our other cable and figure out which one's supposed to be the ground. It's not this one, it's the other one. Okay, this is our ground. So we'll cut that. So now, without any type of soldering equipment or stripping the wires back or anything, you just take the 2 wires that you want to splice together, insert them both into the K2 connector. They're really supposed to be used with solid copper wire, not stranded, but I've noticed they work decently well with stranded. And telephone lines are like very high reliability lines. So, you know, being knocked down 1 order of magnitude of reliability isn't really that big of a deal. All right, so those and squish them. Now, if you're a weak person and you're not very strong and you have wimpy arms and or hands, you're going to have to use a pair of pliers to squeeze those together. But I can just pinch them. Yeah, that's bottomed out. And then you want to always give these a little tug to make sure that the connector is seated all the way. All right, so that should be good. Those are spliced together. That should have fixed everything. And I'll splice the other one together now too. Oops. This is exactly the kind of stuff I had to deal with on a daily basis when I was building robots. You know, professionally as a job, people would always be, like, you'd get new suppliers for all the wires and cables. It's like, hey, we can save some money by we'll make them. And then they put them together incorrectly and cause all sorts of issues. If it's up to the engineers, you know, I doubt they would want to change suppliers, but you get management involved, and they want to go with the lowest cost contractors, and what do you know, it causes issues that we have to solve. But any problem can be solved with enough thought and, you know, if you get the right people on the job that can troubleshoot this stuff. Okay, so those wires are now shoved in. You always want to make sure the wires are shoved in all the way. I'll zoom in for you. You can see the little black wires. I mean, this is not very great, but these housings are clear so you can see how far you've inserted the wires. You want to make sure that they're inserted past the little blade that's inside of there. You see how there's like a little metal piece? You want to push it past that because that's what comes down like a guillotine and strips back the wiring and clamps onto the wires to make the new electrical connection. And these are also filled with dielectric grease, so they're pretty much waterproof as well. They're pretty cool. Okay, so that's all good. We're gonna get these plugged in again. And if I was being cautious, I would turn everything off before I did this. But I have self-confidence. I am ready to risk the life of this poor printer on my hubris. So we're gonna plug this in. Okay, and we're back in business. Now let's try homing the printer and seeing what happens. I had a bus come in from the builders with the turn signals wired to the wheelchair lift safety sensors. All 50 of the buses in that order were wired wrong in some place or another. Dang, if only we had those connectors doing car stereos at home in the 90s. Well, I'm not sure you would want to do it with car stereo. One of the issues with car, like any type of automotive application, is it's like there's a lot of vibrations. So you need like really specific connectors that can stand up to that. But, you know, in a pinch, they'd probably work. I just wouldn't want to risk my car's electrical system on it. For stuff like this, especially in the electronics area where they're not going to be bending back and forth repeatedly, it should be fine. Okay, now let's try and home the printer. There we go. Works like a charm. Okay, I don't have the, I didn't plug it in. Oh no. Well, I didn't install this in the right spot. So, at least the switches are working now. I just need to reposition them a little bit. Zombie, do you use an iPad to monitor your stream? It's really awesome. I don't know if he's in here still. Lost in Tech says building a Voron is easy. Yes, of course it is. As long as you like assembling and troubleshooting your own stuff, then it's very easy. I think it's definitely geared toward a more technical person. And I really don't like having wiring issues like this because in this case it didn't damage anything, but in a lot of cases, if you get the wiring wrong, it can completely fry things and you need replacement main boards and all that kind of stuff. So not too pleased with that finding, but we're still on track. We're blessed and lucky here, so everything's fine. The worst thing that can happen when you're troubleshooting things is you buy a new component, you plug it in, and it just fries it immediately because there's another underlying issue that you didn't solve. So there's sometimes situations where, of troubleshooting, someone ends up like breaking a ton of stuff. I usually don't do that. I mean, just because, you know, like if you have a good understanding of how the whole system works, you know, like, hey, I better not do this unless I'm okay with damaging the test article. Sometimes you're okay with damaging stuff though. Like you have a half broken thing that you can, you know, risk a little bit. It's like, hey, nobody's gonna be that mad if I blow this one up, so let's try plugging in the defective part into that one and see what we can find out. Oof, I really don't like this part of the design. Shame on you, Voron. Shame. Unless I'm installing this backwards or upside down or something, which is very possible. No, I think I'm installing. The issue I'm running into here, or that I'm not liking what I'm seeing, is when this is installed, you're covering up these two fasteners, so you can't loosen those bolts up once everything's put together. So you have to undo things to make sure things are tight. I like having access to all the bolts all the time because in the process of a general tune-up, you want to be able to just easily access every bolt and make sure that it's torqued down all the way. Or in this case, I'm trying to screw in these other fasteners and I'm having a feeling that I need to loosen everything up before I can screw these ones in, because that thing that happens when you're trying to get a bunch of holes to line up at the same time, it just doesn't work out. Unless you really jam it. I like the, oh crap. Okay, everything's good. The whole attitude of RTFM, read the effing manual, that people say in Klipper and Voron, I really dislike that attitude, because sometimes stuff like this happens and it's like, okay, well, my issue is not described in the manual because it's some random error and I need help figuring it out, and you guys are just being, you know, dick, for lack of a better word. Oh, geez, I don't like this at all. What the heck? So where's the y-axis supposed to bump up against? Is there something I'm supposed to put back here? Or did I just install this in the wrong place? Or is this supposed to bump up at the front? No. Is there something I need to install back here for this to bump into? Like, ba-pow, ba-pow. Yeah, like this needs to bump into something, right? Now I got my X so that it bumps into the side. But this isn't. Do I need like a little corner bracket there? Bumper and back, forgot a part, okay. I took a critical class, I took a critical thinking class at university, amazing stuff, I soon dropped out. Why? Is that an actual thing that happened? Okay. The reason I installed that in the wrong position is I figured, you know, it needed to be back a little bit further to bump into the back for the Y-stop. But I guess there's an adjustable Y-stop that you have to install. Voron Trident. What's the part called? Bumper? Y-stop bumper. Looks like there's a mod where some people have relocated the Y-stop to a stationary location, which I actually like. Because what you can do here is the Ender 3 V3 does this, where they have a bumper located on the actual print head that's running off of the breakout board, and that is used for the X end stop, and then the Y end stop can just be built into the back here, so you end up completely eliminating this bundle of wires. I'd like to see that, but I doubt that's going to happen. This is what I also hate about this Voron thing is it's like, where am I supposed to figure out what the parts I'm missing are called? I mean, I guess I could have a CAD model of the whole thing open. But I don't want to do that. Especially, you know, I guess I'm just being lazy, but I wish it was a little more self-explanatory and easier to understand how to build this thing. Like, it seems like they could have eliminated a couple parts in this assembly. Let's see if anyone in the chat has it. Clicky probe? I think it comes with a clicky probe, I'm just not using it. Maybe I can set that up later. Too many people have basic troubleshooting skills and underdeveloped critical thinking. People buy a mini manufacturing machine shipped halfway across the world, expect not to think to make it work. I mean, that's the idea behind the Bambu Lab stuff, but increasingly the Prusa and Creality stuff is kind of the same way, where you don't even have to think about it and it feeds you error codes and tells you what you're doing wrong. I mean, it's kind of like 2D printers. That's kind of the level of technology that we all want. Okay, so, but seriously, we have to figure this out. Where is that bumper? What is it called? Where does it come from? Where does it go? We've been trying to get our friend who teaches mecha engineering at UMD to teach on YouTube and retire from campus. He's already teaching remote. Huh. University of Maryland? What's UMD? Let's see. Where do we do? I need that bumpy switch. I mean, I can just kind of hack something together. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard. Be right back. I'm gonna get something to hack this together. So what we have is a bolt and a nut. Now, will it work? Let's find out. Yep, bolt and nut is going to work fine. Okay, let's try homing again. It's a little slow with the homing. You want to see how that nut and bolt is working? I love these type of solutions that I think up. You know, it takes 5 seconds. Just grab some random parts and there you go. You got our bolt. Touches our little Y stop there. I think it's at just about the right spot too. And lines up real nice. Look at that. And it's strong enough that if the end stop fails and it's ramming into it, it's an M5, so it'll be just fine. Okay. Time to go through the chat a little bit. I guess now I can try heating something up. I don't have virtual SD card. I need to include mainsail.cfg in my printer.cfg file. So let me go to that machine, printer.cfg. So we just add that to the top, right? Just type include mainsail.cfg. Is that it? Include. That should do it. Save and restart. All right, chatters, I'm gonna see what you've been up to and reacting to your amazing takes. Unfortunately, the best teachers are getting the big bucks, not on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I had some teachers that were not very good in my day, and I'm pretty sure they were getting paid just the same as everyone else that was like actually good. So, you found the bumper on Thingiverse, sort of L-shaped. I'm not too far from University of Maryland. I'm in like the DC area, so could always sit on one of his lectures. Let's see. Okay, Y_end_stop_bumper. Okay, I'm not dealing with that. Original file can be found on the GitHub. Yeah. Okay, so file contains no header sections. Yeah, I just winged it. I didn't think include :CFG was the right thing to write. Mainsail. How do I do include mainsail.cfg? It would be nice if the error text was a little more helpful here, because originally it was saying that I need to include mainsail.cfg, so I just tried typing this in. But it should just show me what the text is that I need to copy and paste into there. So I need to go here and look at an example. Where the heck do I include mainsail.cfg? Like, these answers are absolutely useless. You know what I mean? Okay. Populate the printer.cfg file. Yeah, okay. The phrasing in the guide is confusing. How do I include mainsail.cfg? See, this person's asking the same thing. They got this issue. They're like, how do I include this? How about you guys like actually solve this problem and help people? See, all I needed was this. That's all I need. Include mainsail.cfg. And it needs to be in parentheses. Was that so hard? Okay. Oh, the Amazon under best printers goes to an error page. Well, thanks, Papa Bezos. Thank you for that. Sir Jeff Bezos is making sure I don't earn my affiliate monies. Polymorph. So I'll try and fix that later. I mean, I'm not too upset about my Amazon affiliate stuff. That's not. I feel like it's not that important. But if I can get that set up, I'll take a look at it sometime. There's just so many little things I need to upkeep and manage for my channel that often I get behind on them, and when stuff like that breaks, I'm like, I can either work on videos or I can deal with that right now. Okay, so it looks like everything's ready. I should be able to run some G-code. So let's see if I have any slicers on here. I don't have any slicers on this computer, so I need to switch it over to the internet Wi-Fi, and then I can get printing. All right, who's excited to see this thing print? Ta-da! Whee! Okay. Well, actually, I'll just slice the file on here. Oh, wait. Oh, I need to do the Voron thing. What do you do when you finish a Voron? You print like a Voron calibration cube, and then you get a serial number. That'd be a great way to end this episode. We'll get our serial number request filed in. Then we can Sharpie in, our special number. Don't forget the probe calibration for Z offset. How many hours have I put into this? Altogether, I would say close to 80 or 100 hours of just like trying to figure out what files I need to print, all of that. That took like probably 20 to 40 hours. And then I had someone else print them, and I sent them filament as a thank you. I think he kind of messed up some of the parts, but that's okay. For the most part, he did a good job. A few of them I'm going to have to go back and reprint and replace because they're cracked, but I think it'll be functional at least, so I can start printing with this. And then I did a couple live streams, and I did some stuff off live stream. Like altogether, it's 50 to 100 hours. And I haven't even started putting the side panels on. And the guy who did my printing probably spent, 40 to 60 hours of print time. Not all of that was spent actually, actively doing things, but it did take up his printer for quite some time as well. So it's a big, long project. I don't know if it was worth it, but I did it. I did it, and I'm gonna do the Voron calibration cube thing now. So I'm gonna open up Orca Slicer. I'm gonna go to, I'm gonna add this printer, which is a Voron Trident. Voron Trident. Oh, okay. Thanks for auto-correcting that to boron for me. Thank you, computer. Of course I meant to type in boron. Must think I'm still into boron nitride paste. Okay, so Trident. 0.4 nozzle. I think I was also sent a 0.6 nozzle. Let me see. Wow. This is a missed opportunity to actually tell me what size these nozzles are. There's a red one and a blue one, and it doesn't tell me what size the nozzles are anywhere on this thing. So good job, Revo. Good job, Revo, for not giving me the useful information of what these nozzles are. I think this is a 0.6 though, by the look of it. And I assume the red is a 0.4. Oh, I have to take off the silicone? Oh, it's a 0.6. Okay. Okay, so that's cool. I guess we're ready. Confirm. Wait. Discard. We're not gonna print this thing. I have a, this is a high flow nozzle. Does it have a preset for the high flow nozzle? Voron 250 high flow. Because in the Prusa slicer, for all the Prusa printers, when they have a high flow nozzle option, you can set that in the slicer. But, maybe this is, I'm okay with this the way it is. 0.4 nozzle, Voron, generic PLA. We're gonna do standard print. What print quality should I do for my calibration cube or my test cube? Oh, while I do this, I should actually run the bed leveling and make sure all that is set up correctly. So it's home all. Oh, move out of range. Huh? What does it mean? Move out of range. I just told it to home. What does it mean, move out of range? It wants to move out of range? So it's trying to go to -10, -10. What in the world is this nonsense? Okay, I know what this is. I think I saw it in the printer.cf. There's a -10 somewhere. Update. -10, -10 to the XY coordinates of your end stop pin. Such as blah after going through Z. I don't care. I mean, this is located, oh my gosh. This is so, how am I supposed to, oh, sorry. XY, home XY position is set to -10, -10. Why? What does that mean? Like, is that supposed to be for this little pin in the back? The Z end stop? That's at, not at -10, -10. Why would it want to go there, though? Okay. I think if I look at this, this is at about 255. Guys, I don't know if I like Vorons. This is just silly. You have limits set too high in the steppers. I didn't set any of this up. Okay. What does it mean, position max 230? It's a 250 by 250 bed. Oh, that's for Z. Okay, so position end stop, position max. How about position min? Is there a position min? Huh? Is that what I need? And why isn't this automatically set up for me? Position min 0. Should be like -15. I mean, I'll just put it there for now. If it's telling it to go to -10, then obviously that's going to be an issue, right? Well, I would think that it would need to home at the coordinate of this pin. This is like a little button that I installed yesterday. And that's the Z end stop switch. But I don't think I actually have the full range of motion to be able to reach that point due to how I set this end stop up, and it's already really close. Like if it gets too close in there, it's going to be pinching these wires, which seem to be not the most durable wires to begin with. And we'll see what it does. Okay, it'll probably bump into the end. Yeah. This makes no sense. See, what it needs to do is move over to this pin. I'll click it because, you know, it's going to be looking for something to click, but like, yeah, it's waiting to click on that. So really the print head needs to go back there. I'll set the, is there a way to just home X and Y? We'll just home our X and Y. Yeah, the safe homing position isn't right. That's for sure. Okay, and then when I set this to 125, I'm trying to get it to be kind of above that little thing. Oh, come on. I'll just manually trigger this down here. Okay. Then we'll home X and home Y. I get what's going on here. I just think it's dumb. So I'm just getting this to line up now. Okay. So it looks like I need to move that up a little bit. So it's right on the edge, right on the cusp. I don't even know if that's going to hit. I think it's still a little bit too far forward. So I actually need to move this in a little bit. Or maybe, well, if this was designed in a way that made sense, I'd be able to loosen this screw and adjust that a little bit. But you have all these hidden fasteners inside of here that I can't actually loosen or tighten right now because of this thing, the way it's assembled. So this is the coordinate that I want, 148 for that Z home position. Okay, save and restart. And then I'm gonna get a driver and really torque this down so it sinks into the aluminum about a millimeter. Okay. Now we'll try homing again. And then I gotta readjust the minimum coordinate again. Let's see, is it gonna do it? Yeah, we got it. It's not dead center. I think I need to over tighten this a little bit more. But I'm a little scared too, because I might just want to file the head of the bolt down a little bit. Okay, let's go to machine, printer.cfg. We'll set those minimum positions back to 0. There's really not much of a reason to go past the 0 point. I don't need to restart right now because that setting isn't going to make that big of a difference. All right, now we're going to get a Voron test cube. How do I import a Voron test cube? Orca tolerance test? Nah, I want the Voron test cube. So I'm going to find that. That's what I need for the serial request, right? Well, okay. All right, here's my Voron design test cube. Should I run it on standard settings or something else? Speed. There's no speed setting. We can look at speed. I'll just increase the multiplier here. Oh yeah, also I need to run the mesh bed leveling, right? How do I do mesh bed leveling? It doesn't have a mesh bed leveling file. So I guess it doesn't know that it can do that. Oh, and also I need to do the 3-axis lead screw leveling. All right, so there's no macro for that. It's in interface settings. What? Z-tilt? Oh, okay. We're gonna do the Z-tilt calibration thing. That's funny. It's actually, it's the hot end a little bit. So I need to move the probe down a tiny bit. Maybe. No, actually I think it's fine. The bed was tipped in a certain way so that it's forcing the nozzle to touch. But it's actually got like just a gnat's whisker of spacing there. You can see light through it. Although ideally, I guess I would want a little bit more space, so if the bed was a little more out of calibration. Yeah, so usually in config files, you have a mesh bed leveling section. This has a quad gantry level section, which, I mean, that's not right. There's no mesh bed leveling, though. I think I would have to add one here, which I don't feel like doing right now. This bed is probably flat enough that the mesh bed leveling isn't really necessary. Okay, I don't know what that is. I must have clicked that on accident. Okay, so now we'll home all again. And then I'll set the Z offset and restart the printer. Okay, so I'll set this to 125, 125. So we're dead center, and I'll set this to 0. And it looks like we're this far off the bed. So I need to move the Z offset quite a bit. All right. That looks pretty good to me. All right, we're gonna save that Z offset about 1.9 millimeters. Save config. It's gonna restart the printer. I think I still need to figure out mesh bed leveling, but we're gonna do the Voron calibration cube regardless. I think it's ready. We are ready. I just need to get my flash drive out of the K2 Plus. Take another look at this thing. What's the noise it's making? There's a bit of a clicky noise. I'm not sure where that's coming from. All right. I wonder if it's coming from the belts up top. There's definitely some clicking. We'll look at that later. It's a problem for another day. The printer seems to be working fine. Other than making a little bit of a clicking noise. Maybe it's coming from one of the belt pulley systems. While it's moving back and forth and it has to do small adjustments for the bed leveling compensation. All right, back to the matter at hand. We need to print that calibration cube, and we need to do it fast. I do 0.2 layers. Someone said to do it fast, so yeah, we'll do 0.2 layers, which is like pretty standard, and then we'll just crank up the speed as much as possible as we go. All right. All right, now we're gonna take that file. We'll drag and drop it onto the printer. All right, and I think it's time to print it. Let's go. G-code viewer, G-code files. I'll take that one. Print. All right, so according to the computer, this is going to take 36 minutes and 51 seconds. But we're going to go even faster than that. And also, I want to set Klipper screen up, so just like on my Uri1 Thinker, I keep wanting to say Tinkerer, Anycubic Thinker, 400X. Man, it does not roll off the tongue quite so well. Oh, you've been getting ads for the Anycubic? No, not Anycubic. It's the Uri1 Thinker X400, 400X. They're doing a Kickstarter. So Uri1, they normally have made filament. Now they're doing a printer, and I'm testing it out for them. Uri1 Sphincter. Tinkerer. So yeah, this thing's gonna start printing. It looks like the bed is heating up already. So I guess we wired up the bed properly. That's good. Bed's heating up. Once that's up to temperature, the extruder will heat up. Yep, that bed's nice and toasty. Okay. Seems like an accurate temperature reading. I might as well bolt this in. Hold on. Gotta put the bolt in before we get started here. Okay. We'll see how fast this thing can go. I haven't tested all the fans yet. Haven't tested anything. I haven't cleaned the bed properly. So hopefully it stays adhered. If it comes loose from the bed, just know that it's probably not the machine's fault. I just need to wipe it off and get that grease off of there. I don't know if I spilled ramen on this one. Okay, it looks like the temperature overshot a little bit. Got a little overeager. But also, I need to know how to set this up to have Clippy screen, because that seems really nice and I don't like not having it. Know what I mean? I'd like the option to only probe the points you're going to print on, not the whole bed. Yeah, that's a thing, Mike Jones. It's called... I forget what it's called. Should you not do PID tuning first? Honestly, I don't really care. PID tuning isn't that important. Yeah, CAMP, K-A-M-P. Wrinkle's telling you about the mesh bed leveling where it just does the small. So that way, if you're doing a benchy, it just does a small probe and it can do it at a higher resolution without wasting time. Yeah, PID tuning's a bit of a waste of time. Hey, it's doing mesh bed leveling. What? It's doing quad gantry leveling before we get started. Yeah, why is bed leveling missing from my dashboard? But yeah, it's just doing quad gantry leveling. It's not doing bed, like mesh bed leveling. It's just touching the 3 points to make sure the height of each of the stepper motors is correct. In case it was powered down and someone like made it super skewed. I don't really care for, like, if you have a really high quality bed that's made out of the right material and machined flat, then it'll stay flat. You don't have to worry about doing mesh bed leveling that much. No. I don't care about this stuff. This is probably from the probe getting too hot, which is kind of a ridiculous issue to have on a kit like this. We'll try it again. Maybe it just needs to heat soak a little bit. I don't really see the need to do the quad gantry or the bed tilt calibration every time I run the printer, or every time I run a print. As long as you're not moving it around when the printer is turned off, and you just redo that every time you move the printer around, then it should be fine. I guess you could bump it when you're taking parts off of the build tray, but even then it really doesn't seem like that's going to come out of square. Okay. Aries, next time you take a good picture of the K2's belt tensioner control board for me. Show guys saying this might be the screen config. Okay. Klipper screen config. I'll download that and put it on there. Anyone got any ideas for the mesh bed leveling? It says to add 3 layers of tape between the hot end and the probe, which is like, just why? Why is that an issue? That's very silly. I'll add another layer of tape. What the heck? Now it's way skewed. Like, the readings are very consistent. It's just every once in a while it throws out a random number. Try it again. Well, while I'm here, I might as well see if I can get the Clippy screen running. I'll do a firmware restart because maybe that's what I need to get that screen to change. No? Reboot. Or maybe that's what I need to get that screen to change. So it displays some useful information and I can control the machine through it. Not looking like it. It's still acting like a glorified terminal. Not a whole lot of use of that. CFG under Z tilt, what's the value at retry tolerance? Screen config should be in the LDO docs. The advantage of choosing a 2.4 over a Trident. Is this over yet? No, it's not, unfortunately. Time for the clicky probe or tap. Z tilt has too many retries. What's the issue, especially the printer? Capacitives are temperature and humidity sensitive. We had to adjust them seasonally at the low molding factor because of ambient change. Right next to a hot end is no good. Well, yeah. Why would they design it like that? That's silly. I mean, the Prusa probe is like off to the side. Now they use force sensing. Zombie's asking how it's printing. Wrinkles, okay. Okay, I need to run the print start macro. The on-run probe isn't very good. You can lower the calibration settings in printer.cfg. Okay. I'll go to, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to printer.cfg. Where are the macros stored? Here's the macros. So print start macro. Here, I'm in the print start macro. I'm just going to get rid of the I'm just going to get rid of the, where is it? Print start. Oh yeah, here. Home all axes, absolute positioning. So that's in the G32 command, it looks like, or maybe it's in the start G code. Maybe it's in the actual G code that the printer edit file. Let's see. Is one of these a quad gantry mesh bed leveling command? There's no comments. Well, I already looked in the macros in printer.cfg. We go down to the macros. Print start. It's very short. It's just part of the home all axes command, apparently, to do that quad gantry, whatever you want to call it, mesh bed leveling. There's a custom G32 macro. Oh yeah, Z-tilt adjust. Okay, I don't need that. We'll get rid of that. I just have to remember to, if the printer's way out of square, I have to remember to square it up, like right now. That's very bad. We'll do the Z-tilt. This would never happen on my Creality K2. Oh man, that's, oh my gosh. I'm surprised that even intersected with the probe because of how like wobbly this is. Okay, so that's homed. Now time to do Z-tilt. Oh, no trigger on probe after full movement because it's so tilted. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to press Z-tilt and I'm going to stop this. Well, how about I just move this up? Manual override. There you go. And we'll get it more or less. All right, we'll do the Z-tilt now. This should be pretty cool. You ready to see it untilt itself? What? No, that's even worse. What in the world is going on? Oh my gosh. All right, there you go. You're mostly straight. Now just do the thing. Oh, yeah, part of the issue is that the probe is up a little too high, so it's running into the nozzle right now. Now it's not running into the nozzle, so it should be able to do better now. Yeah, it's not running into the nozzle at all this time. But it's still getting worse. What the heck is going on? What? Swap motor cables. It was working earlier. I mean, I will admit that that might be a thing. So I'm going to disable the motors and we'll switch our A and B motors, even though I don't think that's what's... Oh, no, not the A and B motors. We want our Z motors that are up front to be switched with the ones that are out back. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Oh God, no, stop. God, no. Okay, here goes again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh geez, this is awful. Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe there is something that's messed up. You know, it'd be helpful if they labeled the motor wires down here. So, you know, normally you're supposed to label wires on both ends so you know where they're getting plugged in. So like you would put Z, rear Z motor on this end of the cable and on this end of the cable. So how am I supposed to wire these up, guys? How am I supposed to do it? Zombie Hedgehog gonna tell me for the 20th time to look at the wiring guide? I can preempt it. I'm gonna look at the wiring guide. Okay. Okay, so the other thing I have a question on is it says, do not cover the back or the bottom of the probe. Okay, what is the back? What is the bottom of the probe? How am I supposed to know what side this is? Is it starboard or aft? You know? All right. Okay, so next thing is motor wires. Okay, so this one goes to the middle. This one goes to the opposite side, not the near side. This one goes to the opposite side of it. Okay, so let's try and get that nailed down. I was hoping this wouldn't be a 10-hour day. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Okay, we're gonna disable all motors. We're gonna do continuity testing, so, all right, blue wire, do red wire here, to red wire, and it should be that one. That's hooked up to the correct spot. Red wire here. Okay, so that one should be over here. Got it. If you're going to provide cables for people, you should label both ends of the wire. That's like a really common standard practice for cables. You want to label both ends of the wire so that when it goes into something like this, you can tell what end goes where. Okay, so let's go ahead and home all again. Oh crap, you're getting caught on the phone. Oh no. Okay, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. So me personally, you got people like the big Voron builders. Steve builds, the Canuck creator, Modbot, those guys building Vorons all the time. I would not be proud of myself if I designed and built a kit that they could put together. That's very easy to do because those guys are smart. You need to be able to put a kit together that anyone can put together and have, you know, as little mistakes as possible. That's why I'm much more impressed by projects like the Prusa stuff, that whole ecosystem, because it's actually designed for people to just, you know, stupidly try to put the thing together and actually succeed more than maybe 80 or 90% of the time. I feel like Vorons, basically everyone that does it ends up at some stumbling block where they mess something up, or, you know, the parts that they got weren't quite right. Oh, there's also Zombie Hedgehog. I mean, if Zombie Hedgehog can put it together, I'm also not impressed. He's a pretty smart guy, despite his claims to the contrary. I went from an LK5 to building a self-sourced Trident with little to no issue. All right, well, good for you. Good for you. Joseph's story, very high IQ individual. Zombie Hedgehog is trying to be the Bambu Lab ambassador of the chat. All right, so this should work now. Hallelujah, it's flat. Okay. Once this is done, we're gonna print out our calibration cube. If this was a Bambu, it would have been printing by now. Yeah, that's true. Except for the fact that I would have thrown it off of a balcony by now. Yeah, but, you know, most printers now, they print. They just work really well. from, I would say, all the mainstream manufacturers. What is going on? See? Retries aborting. Probe range is increasing. All right, you want to check my work? Let's do it. But I know this is my... This pain, my VZ butt was not fun. Your probe is close enough to the bed? Yeah, it's within 6 millimeters, which is what they specified. Watch. It's too far out, a square. We'll try again. Hold on. What the heck is going on? Hello? Okay. Let's go through this again. Disable motors. Unplug. We'll just unplug all of them and redo it all. Okay. This one, red, should go to this one. Red. Yeah, it's not triggering on the other ones. According to my intelligent guide, should be right there. Oh, hold on. I have inverted electronics, so that makes it a little more complicated to think about. But I'm pretty sure this is right. Okay, so, all right, let's get the middle one first. Okay, middle one goes here. We know that one's right. Okay, now let's think about it. If we're looking at the printer, oh yeah, uninvert the screen so you guys can see. If we're looking at the printer from the bottom, so we're looking at it. Okay, yeah. So you're looking at it like this, that means that one is gonna go, okay. So yeah, that is reversed because I'm doing inverted electronics. Okay. If only they like named the motors something like, you know, that made more sense than Z0, Z1, Z2. I don't like that. It's not obvious. You can say I'm just being dumb and not understanding things, but things should be obvious. Okay. All right, if this doesn't do it, then I'm out of ideas. Oops. So this is called Z0 and Z1. There's no writing anywhere on there that's just, saying what each one of these are. So when you're flipping this upside down, you're looking at it upside down, you're looking at it right side up. You got the inverted electronics, so it's the other way around. There's no way to actually know which one is which. Z0 is front left. Well, why don't they call it front left then, wise guy? Okay, let's just see if this works. All right. Is this going to level out? I mean, it looks like it, but we had that happen before. Or you could put like a little marker on these that says L1 or, R, LZ, RZ, RZ. I don't know. You can come up with something. Okay. So it turns out I don't need to delete the we'll go back into printer.cfg. We'll go to that macro. And we will for that custom G32, Z tilt adjust. Yeah, we'll allow it to do the Z tilt adjust macro when we start a print because it should work just fine. I'm a little iffy about it, like, heating up and stuff, but all right, let's go. Let's go. Who's excited about what just happened? Nobody's here for the Centauri Carbon. Lost in Tech is trolling because, I guess the Centauri Carbon is pretty cool, but I don't see the need to get one. I'd just pay the extra for the Prusa machine, personally. Just get that Prusa kit, put it together, something that'll last 5-10 years. How long do you think the Centauri Carbon's going to last before some random part breaks? How long did it take for A and B motors to get going correctly? I don't know. Oh, I haven't posted the printer.cfg file. Okay, we're ready. I think this is gonna work. I have a good feeling about this. All right, who thinks this print is gonna come out amazing? Anyone? Who has a vote of confidence for this printer? Mm-hmm. Okay, Scott isn't gonna say. I think he's definitely thinks it's gonna work, 100%. 2 weeks later. Filament might not be all in. Ah, yes, that's probably right. Here, let me open that up, feed the filament in. There you go, now it's coming out the end. Filament is in. Da, 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 da. I trust my build skills, just not my wiring skills. My wiring skills sometimes, like I need everything labeled. I'm just used to working in shops where they label literally every part of the cable. Unless I'm building my own design, I need everything like laid out real easy for me. Like if it's my own design, I can wire it up no problem because I've got the schematics in my head. But when I'm following someone else's work, I want them to document as much as possible. Oh crap, it's got filament on the tip and then it's... Is that gonna work with the filament on the tip? You need to come to Portugal to visit Ratrig and get all the Kinder eggs you want? Well, guess what? I already visited Ratrig. Where were you? Check this out. Just hold on. I got the footage. Oh, crap. My video editing software is making me want to enter the code again. It's being really annoying. Let me show you. Documents, video, files. Just hold on, I got this. 20s, 23s. Gigabyte. I think this is it. Hold on, I gotta find the file. I think I visited them on... This one. Okay, this is it. Here. There's your Ratrig visit. Look at that. Look, I saw all the Ratrigs. Okay, now I'm going to stop before you see something like that's under secret, top secret development. Okay, well anyways, the printer's going. Cool. All right, now time to do a moderate stress test. We'll just increase this to 200%. Not bad. Let's go for 300%. Let's go to 400%. Let's go to 500%. 600%. Easy. Okay, how do I increase the acceleration? Let's... Oh, the acceleration keeps getting reset in firmware, or in the slicer. So that's a bummer, I can't change that. I guess the machine limit is 300 millimeters a second. But let's just print it at 300 millimeters a second. Yeah, maybe we'll turn this up too. I want to set it to 20,000. That's what my Bambu Lab can do, right? That's what 20,000 sounds like. Yes. Okay, we're just gonna let this print. I would just like to confirm that literally nothing was my fault. Anything that went wrong was definitely the Voron engineer's fault. It was not my fault whatsoever. And I'm going to have to talk to them next time I see them for what they've done to me. It's, you know, it's like that guy with the bicycle that's jamming the stick in the bicycle, in the spokes. That's exactly what I am right now. Why don't you build a V0? There's only one config for that. That sounds pretty nice, but I'm all Voroned out for now. I've got a couple printers coming in that are worth looking at. And this just took way too much time. Honestly, I could do like 100 3D printer reviews in the amount of time it took me to make this video. I might have an easier time with the V0. You never know. Because my struggle is mostly with like the configuration and the wiring. And if there's less parts that are more fiddly to put together, but there's also like only one configuration, then that might be alright by me. Looks like I'm not getting the best part cooling. The fan is at 100%. Alright, so the question is, was it all worth it in the end? Zombie will sell me a zombie tuned config. Yes. I'll sell you it cheaper if it's on his Patreon. So Lawson Tech is going to violate copyright laws. Your config files should be copywritten. Finder's fees for having to scroll down a page. All right. Print speed is currently maxed out at 300 millimeters a second. I'm guessing that's the machine limit that's built into the code right now, because I increased the assigned speed to like many hundreds of percents. But I can slow it back down to normal speed. Really, it's acceleration limited, so you can see the live speed, which is going to give you the most information. See, it's never really going much over like 100 millimeters a second, just because this is a pretty small print and it's not getting up to speed. And the flow rate is like peaking out at like maybe 12 millimeters cubed. It went up to 100 there for a split second, but that's like FL Sun claiming that their thing goes up to 100 cubic millimeters a second. It's like, yeah, sure. I'm sure it does. All right, you want to watch printer go zoom? There you go. The motion system is really stiff, so it's like laying down the plastic exactly where it needs to go. They use really high quality linear rails in these kits. The only real issue I can see is towards the back side. We're having a little bit of inadequate part cooling. So you can see that little corner curling up a little bit. But that would be easily fixed by just slowing the printer down a little bit. All right, I'm gonna slow this back down to 100%, just so it like actually gets decent quality to the rest of the block. I think probably it's part cooling limited, and that's why they slow it down to what it needs to be. The motors are kind of loud, so I guess if I enclosed it, that would improve that part of the equation. Remember that this is an ABS machine. Yeah, that's cope for having bad part cooling. Hahaha. Yes. It's in today, but I'm starting to wonder if it's going to get thrown through one of those glass doors. No, I don't think so. Oh yes, the Kinder Egg surprise. Here it is. Ah, here it is. It's this Catwoman thing. Very cool. Wait. We've also got the mask. But why would you want to take off the hot end? I have to see what's going on with that takeoff stuff. I haven't really looked into it, but it sounds interesting, possibly. Have you installed yours yet, Zombie? Dual server fans and tube metal brackets. That's going to be nice and loud. Server fans. But I guess you can turn them down. Oh, jeez. I guess you can take like large 40mm fans and have some quieter ones. If you don't want the super loud server fans. Yes, my action figures, BLDC turbines and CPAP it. There's my Trident in progress. I think Zombie's sharing a picture. I'm gonna show this on stream, so we can see what Zombie's working on when he's not working on tuned profiles. All right, is that, what kind of extruder is that? Is that the orbiter? Then you got a tube. Looks like an SLM printed part. Oh, you got the LDO premium plate? What did I get? I got the LDO basic. Very nice. I'm a Voron appreciator now. Okay, this one has the, this must be an older kit because it has the PTFE lined rods, right? That's what those black matte texture is. So what's the dragon burner? The most anticlimactic part of any stream is watching the Benchy or Cube print. Come on, print something cool. I need my my serial number. All right, so I need to do this. Additive atom likes to mix things that shouldn't be mixed. Major Gamer Geek, Sunday's going pretty good. I finished my Voron build for the most part. We might do one more to put the panels on, or I might do what, I think I have a pretty good idea. I'm pioneering this idea where I hire an intern to finish putting this together. Maybe like a community volunteer, finish my, the Lancer. Do you know if you could make 3D printed parts on MakerWorld with the Neptune 3 Pro? Yeah, I think so. I'm not a big fan of MakerWorld. You know, there's other platforms out there. I'd probably stick to those, even though MakerWorld probably has the most money going into it right now. Do you know that you could make 3D prints on... Yeah. If you can get the STL files, then you can. Alright, this action figure is stealing the autofocus. Come on now. Alright. Let's see how this is all going. I mean, it looks like it's got really good print quality, so in terms of actually having good print quality and being a machine that I could find useful, I can see it. It's actually got extremely good print quality. But we'll wait until I can pull the thing off the build tray. Alright, print some wacky stacky next. Exclusive on Maker World. Alright, thanks, Zombie. You don't have to call me son. It's a little weird. We're like the same age. Neil Lund is giving me a Fedora tip. Very nice. It needs more RGB. Yeah, my RGBs got broken when I was trying to install them into this fan shroud. And I'm okay with that. I think there's some light sticks that go in the top left and right, but those are, I think, just white for illuminating the build area. Looks like we're a little over halfway done with this print. I'm just trying to look at this thing and kind of judge it a little bit. It's hard to judge a machine oneself makes. I don't think so. I don't really take much personal pride in putting something like this together. I feel like it's going to break at any moment. Like, there's a lot of parts in here that I know are cracked from putting them together. And at the end of the day, it really is a tool. I feel more attached to the Rat Rig V Minion that I built, because it didn't give me so much grief putting it together. It was a lot easier. And even my Ender 3s, like, I feel pretty attached to those. I'd probably put this on par with that. But, you know, I threw my Ender 3s off of a balcony, so take that for what it's worth. ARGB? What's ARGB? Alpha, red, green, blue? Or like white? WRGB I'm used to. The print quality is pretty spectacular on this. I will give it credit for that. Like, maybe it's just that they're not pushing stupid, insane speeds like every other printer manufacturer. Like Bambu Lab is like, whoa, we can go up to 20,000 acceleration, printing up to 500 millimeters a second. Meanwhile, Creality's like, whoa, we can do the same thing in 700 millimeters a second and 30,000, you know. They're just pushing these numbers that are insanely fast, and like you kind of get parts out of it, but at the same time, you know, just slowing down a little bit and getting really nice, crisp, clean parts like this, I think is a little more impressive. The speed benching and its consequences were a disaster for the 3D printing community. Addressable RGBs, cool. Yeah, I've used addressable RGBs before. I've used them quite extensively, actually. But, does a printer need them? Do you really need addressable RGBs on your printer? I guess if you want it to look really cool, you should get them. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, you do need them. If you want them, you need them. I like on the Ender 5 Max, it has just one addressable RGB up on the front, and that is used to set the color to indicate the status of the printer. Same with the Prusa machines. I think most of those now have like a tally light system where it changes colors based on the machine status of whether a print job is running or if it's got an error code or something. I think that's really handy to have. Also, RGB ambient lighting. That would be pretty cool. Maybe like a progress bar that counts up. I think the FL Sun S1 was going to do that. Okay, so what do I do when I finish this? Do I like take this, I post a picture of it on the internet, and I say, hey, I want my cereal. I have 8 printers, all with nozzle cams. The best thing I ever did. Is that actually useful? ARGB on the printer, integrate it with your home assistant? Okay. But what's the nozzle cams used for? Well, I'm actually going to get a Prusa Core 1 in soon. So I'll compare this to the Prusa Core 1 because I think that's an interesting comparison to make. I mean, really, Prusa should have just taken this design in-house and made a bunch of improvements to it and then built it. You know, I think anyone would have loved a Core XY Voron style Prusa machine 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But now they've come up with something a little different. I'll be interested to see what it's like. So this is without input shaping. I haven't done any of that fancy stuff. So one of my main critiques of this design is the same as what I talked about when I first was putting the frame together. And that is these blind joints. They're very flimsy. They're stiff, but they're not strong, if that makes sense. So, you know, they're fine for what they're doing, but if you're going to be moving this thing around, and even if you just drop it a couple inches, this could get popped out of position and just kind of move a little bit. And these screws might loosen up and you could have the thing fall apart and break while you're holding it. Like when you're picking this thing up and carrying it by these top pieces, these are just held in place by the friction from these 2 bolts, which I really don't like. Like these bolts aren't even properly in there because they're just clamped down on 2 little small purchases of metal on the inside. Because they do this blind bolt thingy where you fish the Allen screw through there and you torque that down. It's just a button head cap screw that is inside of the extrusion like that. I don't like that at all, because if that comes loose and then you pick it up like this end's going to pop out and then it's going to bend and crack the frame over there. So what I'd really like to see, if I was planning on moving this at all, I'd get some corner brackets to really beef this up. So just like, you know, a real simple corner bracket here made out of aluminum. One there, you know, all around. If this is just gonna sit in one place and never move, then I'm okay with it being like this, but really get some corner brackets on there and this thing's gonna last forever instead of lasting until you drop it. That's my only main critique about this. And the parts, some of them were manufactured not quite to tolerance and ended up cracking when I was putting it together. So yeah. Other than that, it's printing great quality. I mean, it seems like it'll be a reliable, nice machine to run. We'll see. I don't really test my printers with that many hours, but we'll see how it holds up. And the part cooling isn't amazing on this, but whatever. All right. And look how thick this bed is. This is kind of overkill, right? Corner plates are the way to go, yeah. All right, so ETA, estimate 3 minutes left. So you guys haven't told me what I need to do to get my cereal yet. I officially have a Voron. Thank you, Nadir. It's almost done. I think printing everything in black was a mistake because it made finding the parts a little more difficult. Like if I did the accent pieces where some of them are red, then I'd be like, oh, I need to look for the red part. And it'd be a lot easier to sort through things. But I just had a sea of black plastic. Oh, I have to make a video? Become a furry, join the Voron Discord, follow the instructions for a cereal. Okay. Is being a furry required? Or is that just extra? Griffin's Closet Print Farm? What's in the closet, Griffin? Thank you, Philip. Hooray. Ah, delicious. I built a robot. Hooray. Now this is at 100% speed, so this part isn't sped up at all. I was expecting it to go a little slower for the top pass. Maybe that's what this is. Yeah, this is the last layer. Maybe it's going a little bit slower and neater. Ah, yes. Hooray. How do you like that? Is that pretty good? I don't know about a great feeling. I didn't do any input shaping, so maybe that could clean things up a little bit. I feel like the part cooling isn't quite enough for PLA at higher speeds. Seems good enough. This Y is pretty good, I would say. Like super clean lettering there. Huh. Ah, yes, these are like tweezers but super strong. Knipex. All right. Well, that's the Voron build so far. I think I still need to put the side panels on it and probably the bottom panels and get that screen working. But I'm thinking I'll just go to a Rep Rap festival and just show up. Hey, can you guys like finish my printer? Maybe they'll finish it for me. You think I need a PID tune? It's a little jaggedy, but I don't think it really makes that much of a difference. You think it makes that much of a difference? I think the extruder is going to push it through just the same. Either way. Check corners. I could definitely use a input shaper tuning. PA is needed. Pressure advance? Okay. Hooray. Okay, I'm gonna put this thing away. It's nice that it prints now. Maybe I'll work a little harder to get it finished the rest of the way. But I'm probably done Voroning for a little bit. I'd say I hit the Voron sauce pretty hard these last couple days. I mean, what's this? This stream is at 5 hours now. I did 10 hours yesterday. My first stream was about 10 hours. So that's 25 hours on stream, maybe 20 hours off stream, just trying to figure out what parts I needed to get and like, becoming familiar with the Voron design. Then I also did maybe 10 hours of assembly off stream of like getting things ready and doing a little bit of wiring here and there. So what's that? 10 plus 20 plus another 25. That's like 40 hours. That's like a full-time job to build one of these things. What are you guys thinking? Don't you have enough to do in life? You gotta take on these projects. I mean, what is this? You gotta take on all the extra stress of building this little robot thing. This could be nozzle opening and closing as the temperature ramps up and down abruptly. Okay. I think people could do a, oh yeah, there you go. I think this is a great job for someone who's retired and wants to get back to work. It's definitely a long to-do list of things, and it like kind of gets you back into working on stuff. So, and you learn all these kind of electronics cabinets together. This is kind of stuff that you can actually, you know, apply to a job and do robotics assembly and that kind of stuff with this type of experience. So it's pretty cool. Should rename channel to Nathan Doesn't Like Building Robots. Listen, the channel name isn't about liking or disliking building robots. It's about building them. You know, sometimes you don't like building robots, but you have to do it. All right. This machine's nice and quiet, though. The stepper motors make this kind of whining noise, just like me, if you know what I mean. Yeah. All right. Let's go ahead and shut this thing down. I'll have to figure out the rest of this stuff some other time, but overall, it was a decent experience. I mean, I feel like I have to go through the Voron building experience at least once as you know, a person involved in the 3D printing community, so that's what this was. That's what it was. That's all it was. Does anyone have any bright ideas on what I should do next with this thing? I mean, just putting the side panels on it and maybe replacing some parts or all the parts could be interesting. Maybe replacing the whole Core XY stage with something else, doing some motor upgrades, lightweight components, metal parts instead of plastic, putting a tool head on there. You know, it's a lot of work that could be done. Beacon. I haven't used Beacon before. Spartacus tool head. I feel like the same type of skills that you learn putting a Voron together, you also learn modifying an Ender 3, which is like a lot more approachable in my opinion. So like in terms of my modding and 3D printing, working on style, I still feel like buying a working printer and then messing around with it is a lot more approachable than something like this where you have to have quite a bit of knowledge and know how to get going. You got to troubleshoot everything, and you might have paid, you know, $1,000 and ended up with a broken pile of parts, frying all the boards and stuff. But yeah, it's a milestone. For the price, Ender 3 is a great teaching tool. I also like the low-end 3D printer and make it shine. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty fun. I wonder if it'd be an interesting comparison of a Voron versus like a highly modded Ender 3. I actually have, I did some serious mods on my K1 Max that maybe I should revisit. Maybe we'll take a look at that in another episode, but I put a new extruder and hot end on it, even more than what I've shown on camera before. Like, really overhauled it. So I'll probably do a quick video on that, possibly at some point. And that was pretty easy to take apart. I think it's a little sturdier than this frame. A little lighter, more build volume. I think it actually is the same size as this, but with more build volume. I'll have to put them side by side to double check, but I think this is basically the exact same size as a K1 Max. But this has a 250 by 250 build area, and that has a 300 by 300. But I think the K1 Max needs some upgrades to be like really a good quality machine. But who knows, maybe the modern version of that is great because Creality did a bunch of silent updates to it. Don't think that Vorons are targeted for people who have no prior knowledge in 3D printing or electronics. Yeah. You kind of have to know what you're getting into and sign up for it. And I certainly signed up for it. So when someone finishes building a Voron, do they use it for a long time, or is it something where you're just like, okay, that's done, that was fun, time to buy an X1C? Like, what does Canuck Creator or even a Zombie Hedgehog, who I think is left by now, what do they do with all their Vorons? Are they just like Voron hoarders? From what I've seen, they tune it and then brag about it and use the X1C. Yeah, I've seen Canuck Creator use the X1C quite a bit. If I were him, I would get rid of that thing. You don't need that. You got Vorons. You're fine. Zombie, I guess he needs to, you know, sell his tuned printer profiles. So he's got to have an X1C to do that. Ultimate shh, don't tell. What's that? And what is the ultimate Voron, if that exists? Turn it into a robot, give it AI speech synthesis, and have it make random wisecracks on the situation it sees. Okay. I'd say most Voron owners have a Bambu also for the backup printer, which the Voron being modded, which is often. Yeah. That's a real shame, isn't it? That's a real shame. Yeah. I mean, I like having a lot of printers. I don't know why, but it's a thing that I do. So I get it. And I wouldn't throw this off of a balcony. I'd probably find someone to give it to because there's more of a community behind these type of machines, and you'd find someone who'd be really excited to have it. What's the spool holder there? Leftover Ender 2? No, that's, I actually bought that on Amazon. It was like, it's purpose built to be a spool holder. Although you could build your own out of just random pieces of 2020 extrusion. Definitely. What a day that was. I have 3 machines and I've built all of them, just gotten glutton for punishment. Okay. Josh, right, okay, yeah. Honestly, Oh, Rob H has the same holder. Wouldn't it be interesting to know what are the statistics of the percentage of the community that just print or likes to build and tinker? I think my channel is more the build and tinker type people, but there's all like percentage wise. I think there's still a lot of people that watch my stuff that, you know, do things practical. Ah, I have that holder. I have the only thing that stops me from building one myself is price. Yeah. Vorons are pretty expensive. That's the main, I would say, downside of them. You get something like, I don't know, something from Bambu or Creality, it's a lot cheaper. Even the Core 1, I would say, is bringing the price down quite a bit. Like a open-ish source moddable Core XY machine that you build yourself. But I think that one's actually a lot more approachable to build because they've, you know, just like they've done a good job of taking a lot of complexity, like, you know, this whole Core XY stage and condensing it down to a single part. So it's just a lot easier to build and deal with. Yep. So don't worry guys, I'm not going to throw this printer off of a balcony anytime soon. Although I might. I think it might be a good way to, you know, avert people's expectations, Game of Thrones style. What do they call it? Where you, like, people are expecting one thing and you do something completely different. Modern printers have caught up with Vorons. Yeah. I think there was a solid, like, couple of years where Vorons were way ahead of modern printers. But basically, modern printers have taken all the lessons from Voron and made improved versions of them. You know, since I've moved into an apartment 2 years ago, lack of space, had to keep only one printer, so doing fine with my Trident, including occasional modding. Yeah. Yeah, if you only get to have one printer, then it's like a big hobby for you, like working on it, then this is one of the better platforms to be able to just like mess around with stuff and work on it. If you get Bambu Lab or anything else, you're gonna be mostly just printing things, which is boring. Wait, hold on. I know what I can do with this. There we go. We'll put the Voron cube inside of a capsule. We'll store it there for now. So yeah, I guess the next step is to definitely put the panels on here. Huh. We have a smooth PEI sheet on the back. It's that sticker type of sheet. It doesn't look like there's a way to slide this into place and have it kind of like slot into position in the back. All the new Core XI machines do that, where you just kind of slide it on and it fits in back there. Alright everyone, as much as I'm going to pat myself on the back for finishing this, you all deserve a pat on the back for watching this whole stream. So, you know, we started with the Voron frame and we finally got the, you know, basically everything finished, at least all the functional parts. And then we can put a couple more extra things on here. Yes. That's a job well done, if I say so myself. Maybe we can go check in on the the thinker. I'm going to take these and I'm going to take the printer. Please stand by for a moment and then we will see what the thinker is doing. All right, so the thinker. Oh my gosh. Oh no, what has happened? What have we done? I'm glad this happened while I was here. That's a fail. This thing makes a noise when it goes from back to front. Do you hear that? Let me just turn it off. Like, there's a lot of internal stresses or something. You block out supports for the top of the helmet? Why? Well, bed adhesion's pretty good. Ah, yes. Wasted plastic. I think all the inside trees were still attached to the bed, but they might have messed up somehow. It definitely, like, skipped some steps. Ran into something. Okay, well, we're gonna have to troubleshoot this later. Okay, feed it to sea turtles. Real classy. Okay, all of this was unnecessary, right? These are pretty strong. Okay, so maybe no tree supports next time. Ah, okay, that's what it was supporting. They come off so clean though. It looks so much better. Screw supports, that is. What causes, like, why are printers still failing like this? Why isn't this a solved problem yet? I mean, up to this point, it was doing pretty good. But what happened? So bad driver cooling and weak steppers. But like they shouldn't be experiencing that much force in any case. Right? Stepper more current. Okay. Maybe I'll give that a try. I'll see if they're warm. It has been a minute for them to cool off, but yeah, they're pretty cool. These steppers are not really warm at all. So maybe they need to turn up the stepper current a little bit on this thing. A good test is to just like have the printer run and overpower it manually and see how much torque it takes to do that. All right, it's time to install the printer to its not final resting place, but its temporary resting place. Oh, crap. That's not what I wanted. Here. Alright, here's where it's going to be for now. It looks pretty tiny compared to the Ender 5 Max. I mean, it looks downright diminutive. Just look at this little thing. But yeah, big printer, open source printer, highly capable printer, oversized experimental printer. That's what we've got so far in the office. And I really need to clean this place up a little bit so I can make room for some more printers that are coming in. So yeah, let's see. Here's the little Trident. Here's the Ender 5 Max. Now a lot of people keep comparing this to the Cheedy X Max 4 or something, X4 Max, something like that. I don't think it's really comparable because this is like way bigger. If you do the math, we gotta go to the whiteboard and do some more math here, because that's what we do on this channel. Here's our little circuit diagram of our cables that were swapped before. If we do the math, what's the math? Yeah. So I think it's like 310 by 310 by 290 or something. So it's approximately 300 cubed. The Ender 4 max is 400 by 400 by 400, which is about, 400 cubed. Which is 27. Nine. Okay, 9. We had another 2 zeros. So 27 million cubic millimeters versus this is gonna be 16,000 times 4 is 64 million cubic millimeters. That's like more than twice the volume. So I don't know why you would compare those two. So yeah. But that's like 90% of the comments of like, oh, why would I buy this? I could get an Ender 3, I can get an X Max. Yeah, it's not the same size. Like, it's not the comparison that you think it is. That is a lot of cubic millimeters. If you imagine you had all those cubic millimeters lined up end to end, could probably wrap around the world or something. Maybe. Millions. Okay, well, that's all for today. Hope you guys enjoyed the live stream. We'll say goodbye to the printer one last time. Bye, printer. Yeah, Voron the cube. We got the secret Voron cube inside of the Kinder Egg. So thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you in the next episode. It'll probably be a regular video instead of live streams. I just wanted to, go through this on live stream. It seemed like a good idea at the time. All right, thanks Jail Slice, everyone else, Jail Stice, everyone that was joining. See you in the next one.